Oh, no, 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 no. That's test. There was no audio. Sorry about that. Okay, let's do it all over again. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Today is going to be a Feathers v4 chill stream. I got a bit more sleep. I'm a little bit more coherent today. Yesterday was somewhat scattered. We did get a lot of stuff done. And essentially, we're just going through the guides, we're creating some tutorials, and we're hanging out while all of that happens. So let's say hello again to all the people because you can now hear me. Hello, Wasser. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Vivek. Hello, Katoli. Hello, Ed. Hello, Sed. Hello, Vias. Hello, Mojib from Saudi Arabia. That's great. Hello, Anne. Hello, Alana from Greece. Hello, Christopher. Hello, Rushir, with love from India. That's great. Hello, Obunga. That was the first message I saw that said no audio, but I think it's fixed now. Hello, Sarit. Alas, you can't do that. No sound. Whatever, Bodo. No voice. Sound. No audio. Your mic is off. Okay, so that's here on the Coding Garden. If things go wrong, people will let you know, and that's a good thing. We're a community here. But we fixed it. Hope he reads this soon. And Ed says, welcome, CJ. Thank you, Ed. Hello, alas, you can't do that. Hello, man on the run from Greece. Hello, Wasser from Germany. Yes, I fixed the audio issues. Cool. So what we're doing is just going through the getting started guide. Yesterday we created some videos, intro to Feathers, prerequisites for doing the getting ready or the quick start guide. We went through the quick start guide and built a super basic app. Let's start it up so we can see what it does. Cool. So it starts a messaging app. From the client, we can send a message. It pops up here, but it's also real time. So if we open a new window and we go there, if I send a message over here, it shows up on both clients, which is pretty cool. So we built that yesterday. We talked through it. I might actually re-record those tutorials because there were a lot of there were a few coding mistakes. So I might just do it again because I'm a bit more familiar with the material, so I can most likely do it in a more streamlined fashion. So I might do that. We're also going to go through the next part of the Feathers guide, which is actually generating an app and using the generator, because the quick start just has you build a service from scratch and kind of shows how everything works together. And then this part uses the generator. So we'll go through that. Yeah. And I think, honestly, so like yesterday I spent like 2 hours creating slide decks and like didn't get to coding. I think I'm going to jump right into generating the app. And I think what I'll do is I'll just go through it once in less of a tutorial style, but kind of just like getting it working so I can familiarize myself with it. And then I'll do it again. And that will be more of the tutorial recording. So like I'll hide my image, we'll full screen the code and stuff like that. So yeah, I think let's do that. Does that sound like a plan? Let's do that. Hello, Domenico, and hello, Shantanu. Hello. But yeah, let's just do it. Let's actually go through generating an app. So we're on the Feathers docs, generating an app. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. This essentially will build a chat app like the one we built yesterday, but this will have authentication with GitHub. It'll have a database. We're just using KneeDB, which is a flat file based database. It's not like a big thing, but it's good for just prototyping. And we'll learn all about Feathers. So let's do that. Sounds like a plan. Eddie agrees. And hello, Flowsuit. Okay. Let's do it. So I'm going to kill that chat app. And we'll create probably another directory. All right, so first thing we need to do is install the Feather CLI globally. I've already done this, but let's just do it anyways. Hello, Mike from Iran. Yeah, Briggs says add some form of social authentication. You betcha. So the CLI, when you generate an app, actually comes built in with authentication now. And this guide is going to have us set up GitHub auth, which is going to be pretty cool. Cool. So we have it installed globally. Yeah, so it requires Node version 10 or later. I think I'm on version 12. Oh, I'm on version 11. Let's upgrade. Actually, I'm using NVM. I don't have version 12 on this machine? Okay, we're upgrading. It's gonna break everything, but that's fine. Cool, the thing about NVM is each version is in its own folder, and all of the global packages are in that specific folder too. So now, because I have installed a new version of Node, so now if I do node-v, I'm on version 12, I will need to reinstall the Feathers CLI for this particular version. Let's go. There's my break timer. My break timer was off yesterday, which was sad. We didn't get to stretch that much. Cool. Wasser says, I have no clue about coding, but I like the way you explain it. I appreciate that. Ed says, totally unrelated and random question, but I will ask anyway. Maybe you can answer it later if you remember. Have you used Elm before? That sounds very familiar. I have tried it. It's super cool. So the idea with Elm is like it's a totally new language, and it will transpile down to JavaScript. But the thing about it is built into the language is, I believe, just things like type checking and basically the language is written in such a way, and it makes you write your code in such a way that you will not have runtime exceptions. So an example of a runtime exception in JavaScript is a variable not found. Maybe you misspelled the variable name or something like that. Or things like trying to invoke something that's not a function. So a lot of those things are solved by TypeScript, but this goes beyond that. This is also like a functional style. I believe it's very similar to Haskell. But it's super interesting. Yeah, so it has like this functional style, so you kind of have to learn about a little bit about functional programming. It's cool. What was the question? Have you used it? I have not built any apps with it, but I've at least looked at it. Oh, I built like a hello world with it. It's interesting. Check it out. Okay, so we installed Feathers globally. That's great. Now we're going to create a directory and generate an app inside of there. So let's make a directory called Feathers Chat. We'll go into that directory. And now we will generate the app. So to generate an app, you do Feathers, generate app, go. And it's going to ask us a bunch of questions. So at least for the initial tutorial, I'm going to use JavaScript. I might actually record this twice. So I'll do once with JavaScript and then once with TypeScript. Let's do it. Project name. And this right here tells you what we should call it, or pretty much gives us what we should answer for all of the questions in order to be able to follow along with this guide. So we'll call it Feathers Chat. You can leave the description blank. What folder should your source files live in? SRC, that's what I use by default anyways. Which package manager are you using? Let's use NPM. What type of API are you making? So in this case, they selected REST and real-time with Socket.io, which is what is selected by default, so we'll choose those. What testing framework do you prefer? The docs say Mocha and Assert, so we'll do that. This app uses authentication, and the answer is yes, which is also the default answer. All right, which authentication strategies do you want to use? Well, actually, I guess right now, this is telling us to answer username and password, but I think the guide has us add GitHub auth later. We'll see. But for now, we're just going to choose username and password. The name of your user's entity or service. It's going to be users. The thing about this is it generates the auth service. It knows how to talk to that service to insert new users and validate users that are logging in. And then what kind of a service is it? So with Feathers, mentioned it yesterday, but they have all kinds of built-in support for these different database adapters. For this, we're just going to be using node.js. If you check out node.js, it is a just like basically a flat file database. So instead of having like a full database server, this is just a small little package that does where it has an interface, a library that behaves like a database. So it has things like db.create, db.update, db.find, but it does all of that with a flat JSON file under the hood. And it has an API very similar to MongoDB. But the thing about this is we don't have to set up a database server. All of our changes are going to be written, or all of the database information is going to be written to a file, and that'll work just fine for now. In a production application, you wouldn't want to do this because there's multiple users accessing your application. So it could potentially result in multiple things trying to write to the database at the same time, and node.js doesn't really handle that. But for now, for our simple app, this will work just fine. Hit enter, and here we go. It's going to generate the app for us. Let's check out what people are saying. Hello, Luca. Hello, Linus. Welcome back. Hello, Merchan. Welcome back. Hello, Vias. What stickers do you have on your laptop? I have a lot. I'm going to let this finish installing, and then I'll lift my laptop up. I mean, is that going to affect it anyway? I don't know. I could just do it. But I'll show you my stickers in a second. Yeah, Thor says functional programming. So Elm is functional. I think it's influenced by Haskell, which is a functional programming language. Thor mentions Elixir, which is typically a back-end functional programming language. Yeah. Hello, Ahmad. Hello, how are you? I like your live. I'm doing just fine. Like I said, I got good sleep last night, and I appreciate that you like my live stream. Hello, Farah from France. Thor says, Elixir takes you through many different emotions. I think that's what those emojis mean. Linus says, could you quickly summarize feathers for me? Well, yes, I could. And you know what? I actually have a slide deck for that. So why not? So for those of you that are new to feathers, I created this slide deck yesterday on stream. But let's do it. I will take you through what is feathers. What is feathers? That's not right. What's the name of the file? What is feathers.md? It broke. Too many files to watch. Really? Let's change the start script to use that slide deck instead of the other slide deck. Okay, that's cool. But it crashes. Too many files. Oh, I think it's because I have a node modules now. Well, there should already be a node module supervillain. Regardless, the slide deck started up. NPM start. There we go. There's that little birdie. Okay, what is Feathers? Feathers is a framework for real-time applications and REST APIs. It comes with a wonderful CLI tool, which you can install globally, which I just showed. And then you can generate an app, start it up. But you saw when I just generated that app, all the options that it provides. So it asked us what services should we create for the authentication? What database adapter should we use? Where do we want to put our files? What testing framework should we use? So the CLI bootstraps this entire backend application for us. And it's essentially a way to build REST APIs and socket or real-time based APIs, all with the same code base. So adding sockets or adding REST is really just like 2 lines of code. Everything else is building out Feathers services and hooks, and it handles everything else for you. And so I talk about it as kind of being like the glue code. So it's a library that allows you to build backend applications that talk to databases that are REST enabled or real-time enabled. And that exact same library can also be used on the front end, on the client. And what's interesting is it's the exact same library, so the exact same API. And when I say API here, I'm talking about the JavaScript API, the set of functions that are available to you as a programmer, not like a web API. So the API is exactly the same on the front end, on the back end. So once you learn the library, you can just use it in both places. It's not isomorphic. So if you've heard of isomorphic JavaScript before, that's typically JavaScript that runs in both places. It runs on the client side and the server side. This JavaScript is still separate, but it's the same library, if that makes sense. And when we show some apps, you'll see the difference. The latest version supports TypeScript, so you write your app with JavaScript and Node.js, or TypeScript and TS Node. The latest version has typings for the entire library, so you have full editor support and type checking. And as I mentioned, it supports a ton of databases out of the box, but there are tons of community plugins for it. So if you check out Awesome Feathers.js, this has a ton of resources for plugins and things like that, but you can look at databases here. You can see these are the officially supported ones that are in Feathers core, but there are a ton of community packages for supporting pretty much any database that you want. And the way Feathers works is it has this idea of a service, and there's like a common interface into a service. So essentially the creators of all these different database adapters have created a service that talks to that database. So you don't have to do the hard work of creating that service. So it's pretty sweet. Same idea. You can talk to a Feathers backend with pretty much any client. They do provide, like I said, that client-side JavaScript library, which is the exact same as the backend, but it just works. But there are community packages for React, for Vue and Vuex, and I'm sure there's one for Redux. Maybe, I don't know. Don't listen to that. There's stuff for Angular. There's Feathers Swift. There's Feathers for Android. At the same time, though, you are just building a REST-enabled API and a socket-enabled API. So if you didn't want to use their client library, you could just use the native code in any one of these platforms to talk to a Feathers backend. And I already mentioned it several times, but it's universal. So it's really cool that you can use the exact same API. And I realize for beginners, the word API can be confusing. When I'm saying API right now, I mean this. Let me show you. This. So API is a general term that stands for Application Programming Interface. So I'm talking about all of the various functions and things available to you in Feathers. That's the exact same on the front end and the back end, which is really cool. Build prototypes in minutes and production-ready apps in days. You're going to see in this chat app that I'm about to build, it's like so easy to get it up and going. You will be very surprised. Seriously. So I mentioned it. Oh, I didn't mention it. Instant real-time REST API. So you have these database adapters that create services, but literally with like 1 or 2 lines of code, you now have a complete CRUD API for a given database table provided by those adapters. So generate your app, 1 command to generate a service, which I'll show in a bit, and you instantly have a working CRUD and socket-enabled API. And it is service-oriented. So I mentioned this idea of like this generic service interface that is basically your interface into all these different databases. And that said, you can also create your own custom services, and it works really well to be able to break it apart later on if you want to into like microservices. And I just showed Awesome Feathers.js. There are tons of community database adapters, community-provided hooks. I'll talk about what hooks are, all kinds of stuff. And it really is a fairly minimal library, and you can customize it to your heart's content. You can use plugins from all over. It's really great. And that is Feathers. So check it out, feathersjs.com. And that was the slide deck that I made yesterday. And I feel like this time that I just went through it was a lot more coherent than yesterday. But regardless, so hopefully that helped, Linus. Thanks for tuning in. What else did Linus say? Could you quickly summarize Feathers? I just did it. Hopefully that was good. Briggs says add Google Auth. Well, I can actually show what would be required to add Google Auth, and it's actually not that much. So we'll see. We'll add GitHub first because that's within the guide. But then, yeah, why not? We can go off script. Joe is asking any plan, and hello, Joe, any plan to build with a framework? No, the guide uses just vanilla JavaScript for the client. So we're just going to use that. But afterwards, I can show what's available. And if you look on my channel, I've done Feathers videos in the past. So if you look at the Trello clone, I actually used Vue and Vuex on the front end. That was with Feathers v3. This is v4. I believe the client might have to change a little bit. So the overall concepts in that video are still relevant. Some things might have changed slightly with the new release. What's up, James? It's been a while. Welcome. Yeah, and Briggs is saying connects Postgres. Totally possible. We're going to use NeDB today, but the cool thing about it is whatever database you choose, you don't have to worry really about the implementation details. Like, you'll have to create your model and your schema, but after that, it just works. It'll work exactly the same way as I'm showing with NeDB, which is super cool. Super cool. Mohammed is saying, do you have any session on, will I have any session on React hooks in a real app? Maybe. So I've done React hooks sparingly on a couple of streams on this channel, but I don't have any plans, but I definitely want to, because I've thought about it a lot. Everyone's using hooks these days. I definitely should. Linus is asking, what's new in version 4? If you check out the migrating doc, you can see that. So first, they changed how the authentication system works. So the authentication used to be based on Passport.js. Let's check that out. But the thing about Passport.js is it's built on top of Express, or like it depends on this being inside of an Express application. And what Feathers wanted to do is get away from being totally tied to Express, because there are a lot of other like web micro frameworks out there like Koa and Happy and a few others that you might want to use instead of Express. And so with version 4, Feathers is totally separate. You can add Express if you want, but they are working on integrations with Koa or Happy if you want to use that instead. And because of that, if you were to use one of those things, you wouldn't be able to use Passport. So the new auth system uses a thing called Grant. Grant GitHub. This one. Yeah, OAuth middleware for Express, Koa, and Happy. So this is a very generic OAuth middleware that can be used with any one of these things or anything else that is Connect-based. Connect is a Node.js thing. And they support over 180 OAuth providers. So that's one of the major new things in Feathers is it's using Grant instead. It actually is totally possible to upgrade your Feathers app, and as long as you're upgrade from V3 to V4, and as long as you're still using Express, you can actually still use Passport. Like, that doesn't break anything. You might have to change some configs. But ultimately, this thing got revamped under the hood. The other new thing is TypeScript. Wait. Is this the migration guide? I thought it was on the migration guide. Yeah. Authentication. Now there are TypeScript definitions included. There used to be a separate package that would give you TypeScript definitions if you wanted to build a TypeScript API, but now they're built into the core library, so you can use TypeScript right out of the box. A couple of changes with database adapters, and that's about it. Yeah. Pranjal is asking, how can we use the in-memory database? It's actually very simple. So when I generated my app a second ago, instead of choosing NeDB, I could have chosen Feathers memory, and the app would have worked exactly the same way. What you're going to see is I won't really even have to touch much about it, and it'll just work. So really, you just swap out the database adapter, and you can use any database that you want. Linus is asking, can Feathers be used serverless? Yeah, but the real-time aspect will not work because the nature of serverless is that every single request, the app will spin up and then go right back down. And that doesn't work if you want some sort of persistent real-time communication, real-time connection to the server. But if you are using just the REST aspect of Feathers, you can absolutely bundle it into a serverless app. Abdur is asking, will it also work with MySQL? Yes, it will. So if we look at the database adapters on guides, not guides, API, we go down to databases. MySQL, Postgres, MariaDB, SQLite, Microsoft SQL are both supported because someone has built an adapter for Feathers Connects and Feathers SQLize. So Connects, let's just look at Connects itself. Connects is a schema, a query builder, in that you write JavaScript code And depending on what database you're talking to, it will turn that into a SQL statement that will work on any one of these SQL-based databases. So because there's adapter written for Feathers to Connects, you can use any one of these databases along with Connects. And then same thing for SQLize. So SQLize is an ORM, so it's a little bit higher level than Connects. Instead of just generating SQL queries, it actually gives you a object relations between your different tables. And because they have an adapter for SQLize, all of the databases that SQLize supports, which includes Postgres, MySQL, MariaDB, SQLite, Microsoft SQL Server, you can use with Feathers as well. So that's a great question. But yeah, if you look at the API page and then databases, you can see all of the things that are supported. And then I mentioned earlier, if you check out Awesome Feathers, yeah, if you click here, Community Database Adapters, you can see all of the other databases that people have created adapters for. Hello, Thor from the Dominican Republic. That's great. Yeah, James Ross says 14K subs. Nice. I remember celebrating 1K. Yeah, we did it. We're making waves. People know about the Coding Garden. At least people that should know about the Coding Garden. Yeah, 14,000 subs. That's awesome. Thank each and every one of you for subbing and being here and hanging out, being part of the community. Hello, Crypto again from France. Thor is saying they're using Feathers Vuex in their Quasar app. So that's awesome. Quasar is a Vue.js framework. And then you can use Vuex with that and in turn use Feathers. Hello, Tiger. Hello, Rohit. Linus Dev is asking, is it hard to make it serverless? So the way I would do it to make it really easy is to use Zeit. Sorry, it's probably Zeit. Now. So Now, I've showed this deployment tool before, but the latest version of Now is actually all serverless. So they have a tool that will convert your Express-based application into a serverless function. So that is possible. Otherwise, don't really know that much, but I would say yes. Yeah, Baro is asking what kind of presentation. That is Reveal MD. It's super cool. So you can write your slides with Markdown, and then it under the hood is using Reveal.js. So if you've ever seen Reveal.js, this thing. It's a JavaScript and HTML, CSS-based slide deck with lots of cool stuff. But Reveal MD allows me to write my slides as Markdown and then turn it into Reveal.js, which is pretty sweet. Zimba is asking, how would you scale Feathers.js? Would you keep the sockets working when you have multiple backend instances? So if you look at the cookbook on Feathers.js, and you look at scaling, they tell you how to do that. But essentially, you have to, or you should be using the cluster module, which is a core.js module, which allows your, this particularly is if your app is running on a machine that has multiple cores and you want to scale up to the number of cores on that machine. So this tells you how to get that set up and going. And then for your client in particular, you need to tell it to specify the WebSocket transport and then upgrade false. And that will, I don't know the intricate details, but essentially if you have this thing scaled, maybe it's behind like a load balancer or something like that, and you want to make sure that all of the socket connections are on the same channel and they're all communicating with each other, this will help you get there. I've never done it myself, but it definitely is possible. And if you check out any of their help resources, like if you go to their Slack channel or post on GitHub issues or Stack Overflow, someone's definitely going to be able to help you if you're trying to scale your app. Yeah. Hello, Christian. Welcome to the stream. Oh, a stream that's not in the middle of the night. Yeah. It definitely seems that people in Europe can tune in at this time. So when I can do it, I definitely do it. GJ is saying it would be great if you could use the previous classroom section in Feathers with React and Redux. Are you saying build a Feathers client with React and Redux? I might do that. That'd be fun. Hello, MD. Good wishes from Bangladesh. Thanks for tuning in. Pranjal is asking how many MacBooks do I have? I have two. I have my personal one and then my work MacBook. This is actually a mid 2015 MacBook Pro, so it still has USB ports. It still has a dedicated HDMI, and that's what I really like about it. My work laptop is one of the ones with the touch bar and all the USB-C ports, which I'm not really a fan of. Hello, Jelly. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Rohit. Pranjal is asking, is there any way to track if someone is using your web app from incognito mode? You could, by IP address, that's one way, because even in incognito, you're still going to be using the same IP. You may, I mean, that's kind of the only way. You could do browser, browser signatures, but in incognito mode, you potentially have different extensions enabled, so your browser might have a different signature. I don't know. Katoli is saying, seems like all my messages containing the docs, links, or pin package didn't show up. You know what, Katoli? You're a core maintainer on community Coding Garden community app, and you help a lot of people. I am going to make you a moderator. There you go. Hopefully that's the right Katoli. Hopefully there's no impersonators out there. Katoli, let me know if you're the right Katoli. But now that you're a mod, you should be able to share links. Yeah, so Thor is saying they just put feathers behind a load balancer, and it was tough, but it works. Yeah. Buster is saying, you definitely deserve more popularity. People will watch if they want to watch. I'm not going to sell out. And in terms of the channel growing, I kind of prefer it to grow a little bit slower because it keeps people nice and community oriented. Like if you just get thousands and thousands of random people showing up, you're bound to have some bad apples in there. So it's nice to keep it fairly small and grow gradually, and we're all here together. Okay, that was a diversion. Oh, I didn't show my stickers. Let's look at my stickers. You can see my blue screen now, but I've got Next.js, I've got Open Sorcerer, Mozilla, the Electronic Frontier Foundation's Let's Encrypt. I've got the Mac thingy. Oh, this one's super cool. I actually have a Coding Rainbow sticker. So Coding Train used to be called Coding Rainbow, and when I visited him in New York, he gave me that sticker, so that's super cool. There's a Coding Garden sticker. There's Node. Yeah. There we go. Katoli, will you message me on Discord just to make sure that that's the right Katoli? Because I don't want to make some random person a mod. I'll keep that open. Cool. Okay, so we digress, but we're getting back on it. What we were doing is following the guide, and in the guide, we were generating an app. We generated our app. We answered all of the questions. Now let's look at what got generated. So if we open up VS Code in this directory, we can see what it created. And let's follow the guide. So first thing, we can check out the config directory. So config has all of our environment variables and environment configuration. If we look at default.json, we can see all of the config, and this is where you would go to modify it if you want to change these things. So this is the default port that it will listen on, the path to your static file directory. These are our default pagination options. So the built-in Feathers services and adapters actually come with pagination built in, which is super awesome. But you can say how many should be listed by default. Like you could change this to 100 and a max of 200, and that way you would get 100 items at a time. But it's nice to keep the page size smaller. It reduces the amount of load that your database has to do. And then you have all of your options for authentication. So in terms of entity, you say, what's the name of the entity in the database? And in this case, it's user. And then what is the name of the service? And this is user. So this stuff will be available at /users. We have our secret, which is used to sign JSON web tokens, the strategies that we're using, and then any options for your JSON web token that gets generated. And then because we chose local auth whenever we generated it, you can tell it what is the username field and the password field in your your user entity. So, I mean, if you wanted to call this username instead of email, you could do that. And Katoli just messaged me. It's the right Katoli, so that's great. Okay, so that's the config. And then this is the configuration for NeDB. It tells it where to look for the database. So that's where it will insert all of the data. You can see that the data folder doesn't exist yet. NeDB, I believe, should automatically create that if it doesn't exist when we start the app up. So that's the config directory. So default are all of your default options. If you look at production, these things will override anything in default when the environment is production. So basically, these are all of your main settings, and then anything you want to override, you would put in here. So here you can specify the host. When we deploy, we can specify the actual domain of where we deploy. And then another thing to mention is if you do want to use like actual .env or environment variables, you just specify them as all caps. And so what this says is use the port environment variable when we're in a production environment. And same idea goes inside of here. If you wanted this secret to come from an environment variable, you could actually replace that. Let's take a quick stretch. You could replace this with something like JWT secret. And then as long as you had an environment variable that was JWT secret, it would automatically insert that in for you. I think essentially, I don't know the details, but I'm pretty sure it looks for like all caps things to know if it should replace those with environment variables. Don't quote me on that, but essentially that's what happens. If you have environment variables, those will get inserted in. And then similarly for production, you also have a test JSON. And so if you want to change any of the environment variables for testing, you can do that in here. And so I would probably change NeDB to point to a different folder so we could work with a different database when it's running our tests. So that's our configuration. We then have node modules. So this is a node.js application. So all of the dependencies are in the node modules folder. We also have public. So I mentioned that's our static files. And this is just super basic. Like right now, it just has an HTML file that says, welcome to Feathers. But if I was, my front end static application will live inside of this public folder. Typically in some of the Feathers apps that I've built, my front end is actually totally separate and deployed on a separate server. So I might even remove this public folder. But in this tutorial, we're not going to. We're going to put the client right inside that public folder. And then we have source. So source is all of the source code. Let's take a look at what's in there. So we have our middlewares, we have our models, we have our services, and then some top-level items. Let's just start at index.js. We can see it brings in the logger, it brings in our app, it brings in the port variable for where we're going to listen, starts up a server on that port, and then it has some a handler for any unhandled rejection, so we actually see that thing logged to the console. And then it will start it up and display the host and the port in the console so we can go to it. So that's our main thing. Now let's take a look at app. So if we look at app.js, this is our Feathers app. If you've ever used Express.js, this will look very similar. So we're bringing in several middlewares, serve favicon, compression, helmet, cores, and we're going to use all of those middlewares in the REST aspect of this Feathers backend. We have our logger, and then we're bringing in the Feathers core packages. So Feathers is the library that allows you to create a Feathers app and register services. Configuration allows you to configure it and essentially load in all of the configuration that's in that config folder. These are our transports. So we have decided, and we answered in the CLI when it asked us, we want to enable the Express transport, which gives us REST, and we want to enable socket.io, which gives us real-time. As other transports get created, like right now, these are the main ones. There's also Primus, which you can use instead of socket.io. But coming are things like HTTP2, so you could register that as a protocol. What's really cool about Feathers is it separates these things out, so you can just build your application, but then later on, if you want to add a different protocol or something like that, you can simply just bring it in and the rest of your app will keep on working. We bring in all these things. We'll take a look at those. We're bringing in authentication, so that's configured in a file called authentication. when you are creating an Express application with Feathers, you invoke Express. And the thing to note is you're actually bringing in Express from Feathers. And now this is just a lightweight wrapper around the actual Express package. It doesn't really modify it in any way. It just adds new features onto it and makes it aware that it's a part of a Feathers.js application. So this is always the latest Express version, so you don't have to worry about that going out of date. But you create an Express app, pass Feathers into it, so now it's Feathers enabled. Load up all the configuration. This is Express stuff, so we're registering all of our middlewares. We are setting up a static serve on slash, so that will serve up that index.html if we request slash. We're setting up our protocols. So REST enables a REST API, Socket.io enables socket communication. And then we're configuring all of these various other things. We have our not found in error handler, and that's our app. So if you're familiar with Node and Express, it's going to look very similar. There's just a few things that it's doing a little bit different. Yes. Yeah, so we looked at index. Let's take a look at, so we looked at index, we looked at app. Let's take a look at authentication. So we can see that this is bringing in a couple of strategies and the authentication service directly from Feathers. So we're bringing in the JWT strategy. That's going to allow us to authenticate with web tokens, JSON web tokens, after we have authenticated with username and password. Username and password authentication is handled by the local strategy. We create a new authentication service. So I mentioned before, services are kind of like at the heart of Feathers.js, and this is a pre-built service. We don't really have to worry about the implementation details, but it is a service, and we pass the app into it so it knows about the app and it can configure itself. We're registering that we want JSON Web Token auth and local auth. And then this app.use here is essentially what route will we hit if we want to sign up or log in with a user. And then we're also using this OAuth package, which will enable OAuth. It's curious that it enables that. Maybe we'll see later, but we haven't actually added OAuth yet. But since that's there, it should be fairly easy to add OAuth if we need to. So that's our authentication. Let's take a look at app.hooks. So one of the core concepts in Feathers.js are hooks, and the idea that you can hook into any particular service method before, after, or on error for any given service method. So let's say you have, like yesterday, we have a messages service, and the messages service allows you to create new messages, which will get inserted into the database, to update existing messages, to list all of the messages. And so all of those things are service methods. And if we wanted to do something in particular before or after any one of those service methods, we would add those in here. So you essentially have a little function that you add in there that gets access to the context, and it can do something with the request. It could validate the request, it could add new properties, it could change properties, it could contact APIs, it can do literally anything it wants. It is an async function. And this is one of the powerful things about Feathers is even though it's doing a lot for you and hiding a lot of details, if you do kind of want to get your hands dirty and make things more custom, you can do it right here in hooks, which is pretty sweet. And these are app level hooks. So these will happen for any one of these things on any one of your service. There are service level hooks, which we'll look at in a second. We can see the logger. This is just a basic Winston logger that's going to log things out to the console so we can see like incoming requests. And last thing is channels. So this sets up the real-time aspect. And so anytime someone new connects to our socket server, we're going to put them in the anonymous channel. And then once they have authenticated, we're going to take them out of the anonymous channel and put them into the authenticated channel. So that way they're only receiving events that they are allowed to receive events for. And then you can customize things in here. There's lots of comments so you can customize it, but that's the general gist of what's happening here. Let's see. So we looked at all of the stuff in the top level. Let's dive into the folders. So first, we'll go into services. And because when I generated the app, I said I want authentication, and I told it to create a user service, we see that it created the user service here. Index.js is just bringing in all of our services and registering them. As we add more services, they're just going to get registered here. There'll be a new folder for that service. And then inside the service folder, you can see the service itself. And in this case, the model is coming from create model. So the model in the models directory is what's using knee under the hood. And so we're just bringing in that model. We're passing in those default pagination options that we specified in the config. And then we're registering this service and making it available at /users. So now all of those methods, find, get, create, update, delete, all of those methods are now available as REST endpoints on /users and also as events that you can communicate with using sockets. Cool. And I mentioned hooks are also service level. So if you go in here, you can see that for the users hooks, there's quite a few things happening for this service. So if a user attempts to list all users, and that's what the find method will do, the first thing we do is we make sure that they are authenticated. And what this hook does, and this is actually provided by the authentication package in Feathers, what this hook does is if there is no valid JSON web token found for that incoming request, this will immediately respond with unauthorized. Same thing for get. And so essentially for find and get, we make sure that the users are logged in before they can access those services. And then for create, there is this hash password hook. So again, this comes from the built-in Feathers package, but this comes from authentication local. And the idea is you're going to be creating a new user. They send their password unhashed to the server to be inserted into the database. And what this hook does is if it sees a password field, it will hash it using bcrypt automatically for you before it puts it in the database. So that's great. And that's used when you're creating a user or updating a user or doing a patch, which is just like an update of only a couple of fields instead of the whole thing. So that's kind of the power of hooks. And right now, these are all just built-in hooks. And I'll show later on how we can create our own hooks. Protect is another hook that allows you to remove a particular field from things in your responses. So when we're listing all users or we're getting a particular user, we don't want to respond with that password hash. So this hook does the job of just removing the password field before it returns any of the response. So this is in the after hook. So after all of the stuff has happened up here and we're about to respond to the client that made the request, because this is in all of these requests will not have the password field on any of the user entities. Cool. So that's user hooks. If we look at users.class, right now, there's nothing in it. But if I wanted to extend or modify what happens in a find or a get or a create, I could do that inside of this file here. Cool. So that's our service. And then if we look at our models, it's super simple. So we're bringing in knee. Remember, that's our flat file database package. We're getting the path to the database. So this app.get is to get a configuration variable. And if you remember, if we look in our config in default, there's our configuration variable, which says where that database should live. So it's pointing to that folder, creating a users.db file, making the email field unique and an index. And this is our model. And so if we look back at the user service, it brings in this model here, the users model, and then makes that available as a service on /users. Cool. I think that's it for a tour of all this stuff. We have all that. Let's take a look at, is there a test directory? Oh yeah, there it is. So we can take a look at tests. So if we look at app.tests, it's performing a bunch of basic tests for us. So in the before hook, we start things up. After everything's over, we close our app. But we just make sure that we can get to the index page, make sure that it shows a 404, but any new tests we want to add, we can add in here. There are tests for authentication, and there are also tests for individual services. So when you generate a service, it's going to create a test file for that particular service. And in here, it's just ensuring that that service is actually registered. We could add more verbose tests if we wanted to. So that's that. Editor config just has some default settings, so indentation size, character encoding, stuff like that. Let's see the linter file. So it has some defaults. So yeah, it's extending ESLint recommended. It's making semicolons required and using a two-space tab. You can change this if you don't like that code style. Yeah, and then let's take a look at the package JSON to see all of our scripts. So we can see there's a test script, there's a lint script, dev, which automatically uses nodemon, start, which will start it up, and then mocha to run the tests. But yeah, when we do npm run test, that runs the linter and the tests. And then we can see all of our dependencies. Yeah, I think that's it for a tour of what this thing gives us. I know it's fairly long-winded, and I'm going to do it all over again. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to familiarize myself with the guide, do everything, and then we're going to do it again, but it's going to be more tutorial style where you won't see my face, you'll just see the code and all that. Okay, the README has everything you need to get up and going, how to start your app, how to generate a service or generate a hook. But yeah, so we are here. Let's catch up on the chat. Oh no. Flowsuit is saying, please mention Feathers Sync. I've never used it. What is it? Oh, synchronize events between Feathers application instances. So this is probably what you need if you are trying to scale your application. Thanks, Flowsuit. Let's take a quick stretch. Whew. So when running multiple instances of your Feathers application, so several Heroku dynus, or let's say you're using Kubernetes with auto scale and you have Feathers running inside of Docker containers and it spins up like 10 of them, this will allow you to sync them. And so that's super cool. So it's using some data store to synchronize the events through them. So either RabbitMQ, Redis, or MongoDB, which is pretty sweet. So you can set it up here. You point it at the data store, which is going to allow you to synchronize events across instances, and it'll just work. That's great. Thanks for the tip, Flowsuit. This in particular is if you are trying to scale a Feathers instance. So I showed in the cookbook there's scaling. I wonder if this mentions Feathers sync. It doesn't. Maybe it should. But yeah, that's really if you don't just have one instance of your app, you have multiple instances. Cool. Congrats, Katoli. Yeah, welcome to the ranks of the spanner wielders or spammer wielders. Pranjel says, please do again a stream like contributing to open source. It was so wonderful. I'm glad you liked it. It was fairly informal, but I kind of just showed my thought process and how you approach things. Maybe I'll do one where we actually get to make a contribution, because on that one it was a pretty hard problem, and ultimately we found out like it's not technically possible. So, but yeah. Wasser is saying, where's the free debug sticker? I recently got a new case, and I have a drawer full of stickers. So instead of buying new stickers, I just used the ones that I had. And I didn't have any more free debugs, but that was one of my favorites too. And surprisingly, nobody's ever taken me up on the offer. I'll show you. These are my old laptop cases. Wait, where's... Oh yeah, free debugs. Free debugs. But surprisingly, like sitting in a co-working space or wherever, no one has ever approached me about my free debug sticker. But I will happily help you debug something. Mario is asking, am I planning to build something? Yeah, so essentially what I'm doing is I'm just going through the getting started guide, and this has us build a real-time chat application with authentication. So I'm going to build that. Right now, I'm just going through the guide. Those of you that are watching might actually be learning something, but what I'm going to do is after I've done this, is I'm going to do the guide all over again, but it'll be in more of a tutorial fashion. I'll have my notes off to the side. I won't keep tabbing back and forth, but for now, you can see me build this app. All right, see you later, Linus. Thanks for tuning in. Vitautas is asking, where do we work? So I live in Denver, Colorado, and I work at a software consultancy. Hello, Hygor. Hello, Julian. You're late again. That's okay. Hello, Bohan. Pranjal says, if we are using Redux Saga and we want to dispatch an action after the first action gets completed, then how will we do so, as Redux Saga does not return a promise? I think you use yield. It's been a while since I've looked at Redux Saga. I don't know if I should digress, but I believe so what you probably should do is in your Saga, after it's completed, you can dispatch a particular action type. So you can just say like thing is done or whatever that thing is. And then in some other Saga, you can tap into listening for when that particular event is fired, which will call another function. It's fairly interesting. Let's just look it up real quick. Beginner tutorial. Yeah, so take every is the thing that I'm thinking of. So, like I said, your other event will dispatch a particular action that you can create, which is like this thing is done. And then in some other Saga, you can do yield take every, the name of that action, and then the function you want to call whenever that action was dispatched. Raul is asking, can you add an array at entity, for example, entity user admin, so you can have multiple authentication endpoints /user/admin? In other words, having multiple authentication endpoints in your config. Typically, when you're building an application, all of your users still live in the same database table or document store. And then you handle permissions as either a property on that user object or as a separate join table where you have roles and permissions for that particular user. So usually you use the same endpoint, but then you can just assign roles separately as potentially a separate service, or you can customize the user service to handle grabbing the roles from the database and putting them on the user object. So that's my answer to that. I don't think you would separate it as users and admins. Sandeep is asking, does it support GraphQL? So GraphQL itself is not like a database. It's really just, first of all, it's a specification. So it describes how to build a GraphQL API. And typically when you're building a GraphQL API, you might actually have a resolver that talks directly to a database or a resolver that talks to a REST API. So essentially, you would just need to create resolvers that talk to a Feathers service. If you check out Feathers Plus, this is actually a separate project from Feathers. It's not in core, but they do have a lot of neat features. And part of their generator is to generate GraphQL resolvers and schemas automatically for you. So there is that, but it's not in Feathers.js core. Briggs is asking, how do you make your API accessible only by your front end or website? Typically, you could do that through only allowing specific cores origins. That would fix it for the most part. That said, if someone is not hitting your API from a front end, they don't have to worry about cores. Like if they're using Postman, they can just hit it anyways. Like that will, the only thing that has cores restrictions is the browser. So instead of having cores, cross-origin resource sharing being star, which allows any site, you can actually specify which domains you want to allow. If you check out the cores package on NPM, you can see you basically can have a whitelisted domain. So here you have origin. So if you put your origin to be only the front-end website that you want to access, that's going to work for the browser. In terms of stopping anything else, not exactly possible. You could look for certain things that would usually, certain headers that would usually be set if the request is coming from a browser, and block it if it's not. That said, people can still fake it. But I would start here with your cores origin. Yeah, Bohan is saying we have a new chat mod. Yeah, it's Katoli. So Katoli is part of the Coding Garden community, so he's been helping out there a lot, and he's been on the channel a bunch. Wow. Bohan is saying, how much is CJ paying? Oh, for mods? I don't pay my mods. They do it mostly happily and freely. Yeah. Yeah, we can't tell, but suffice it to say we're rolling at heaps of sweet cash. It's a joke, but Bohan is saying that was too much information at once. I apologize. Well, I don't know if that was about when I was reviewing everything, but like I said, I'm going to do it all over again, potentially go a little bit slower, and I won't be bouncing back and forth between the docs. So, yeah. Flowsuit is saying, I will try my best to provide docs for Feather Sync in the cookbook. Awesome. ATD, welcome. Huge congrats on 14K subs. Here's to 15. Thank you so much. Pranjal is asking, how often do you have work travel? Depends on what you mean by work travel. So like my company builds custom applications for businesses, and one company that we're building an application for, we're actually like integrating with their system. So I do have to travel to their office. But that's just like a 20-30 minute drive. In this job, I haven't really traveled anywhere else. At other jobs, I would go to conferences and stuff like that. But yeah. Hello, Domenico, who asks, am I going to do a Python or Flask tutorial? Don't have any plans, but eventually. I keep saying that, but eventually. Abdel Hamid, hello, welcome to the stream. Linus is back. You didn't miss much. I'm just talking to the people. Hey CJ, how would you pronounce my last name? Bart Doosters. Is that right? You gotta say it with confidence. Doosters. Pranjal is saying, what's the difference between a push CDN and a pull CDN? I'm not familiar with those terms. I mean, it could be pushing to a CDN is publishing to a CDN, and pulling is getting from it. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those terms. Hello, Carlos. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I should definitely get those free I should get those free debug stickers, have just like a stack of them, and give them to people. Abdur is asking, does Feathers v4 support Microsoft SQL? It does. And again, if you look at API, go down to overview of databases, you can either use Connects or SQLize, which under the hood support Microsoft SQL. Yeah. All right, let's keep moving. So we're in the guide. We just generated our app. We talked through what all this stuff does. And now we'll learn about configure functions. And I guess I'll learn a little bit about it too, because I haven't really looked at the configure function in depth. The most important pattern used in the generated application to split things up into individual files are configure functions, which are functions that are exported from a file and take the Feathers app object. So we can see that in action if we see services index.js. So we have a function. It takes in app as a param. And now because we have app, we can do app.configure. This app actually corresponds to the app that was created right here, which has all of the REST stuff on it. It has all of the Feathers stuff on it. So this gives us access to that app so we can call configure. Cool. Those functions are then passed to app.configure. So we have access to the app, then we call app.configure, and we pass in users. So if we look at users.service, this is exporting, again, a function that takes in the app. So that's super interesting. It's like, I don't know, it's configure all the way down. So this function is a function that takes in app, and then app.configure is a function that takes in a function that will take in app. And essentially it will call it and pass the app into it. So it's basically a way of getting access to all of your app settings pretty much anywhere in your application. So if you want to access it like inside of a service, or I think if we look at models, or do they have, yeah, so models have a configure function too. So this is a really cool way of keeping things modular, but allowing you to access app in multiple places. Cool. So cool, yeah. So it uses another configure function exported from users.service. So like I said, we looked at that one. That looked exactly the same. It was a function that takes in app. And so basically you can just keep calling it over and over again, and that's how it bootstraps itself and allows the app to be used all over the place. It's pretty cool. Like I said, it lets you split things up and prevents you from having like one big file. You can stay modular. It's cool. And that service from services index, if we look in the app.js, that is brought in right here. So we require in the services. Oh, actually, I don't think I looked at middleware. We'll look at that in a second. But this requires in this file, which again is that configure function. And then Now this configure function will get passed into app.configure. So it's configure all the way down. But anytime you see that .configure, that's essentially what's happening. You're passing it a function, that function gets access to app, which in turn can do stuff with app. Cool. Yeah, so this is how the generator splits things up into separate files, and any documentation example that uses the app object can be used in a configure function. You can create your own files that export a configure function and require/import an app.configure them. So it's a really great way to extend your app, add new custom functionality. One of the things I really like about Feathers, like it doesn't lock you in. If you need to change something, they have this easy way of getting access to it. Before we move any further, let's look at middleware, because I don't think I looked at that. And right now there's nothing in it. But essentially, if we did want to add our own custom middlewares, we could do them right here. And we essentially would just do app.use, because this is an app.use, because this is an Express app that we're getting access to right here if we did want to add middlewares. Cool. All right, let's run this thing. I've been talking a bunch, but if I do npm start, we should get a Feathers app. And if we look at localhost 3030, ta-da! We have our landing page. Oh no! I just quit. I just quit Chrome. Just a second. That's my break timer. You can't see it, but take a stretch. Ooh. I lost the YouTube chat. I gotta find it. Okay. Okay, we're back. There's our Feathers app. Bart says I did not pronounce his name right. Can you spell it out phonetically? Do stare? Do we stare? Do we stir? I don't know. Abdel Hamid says, can we compare Feathers with things like Nuxt or Next.js? So I believe you actually can use Nuxt with Feathers. So at this point, I did mention that the Express aspect of this can also be very generic. Like you don't necessarily have to use Express, and they are working on adapters for other things like Koa and Happy. But for the most part, you can kind of just think of this as an Express app with rules and things built in. So it's still an Express app, but it does things in a certain way. So because of that, Nuxt and Next.js are, they work with Express. So with that said, you could integrate it with Feathers. If we just search for Feathers Nuxt, a Feathers plus Nuxt demo, this may not be a package, but they probably just show you how to set it up. So Nuxt is server-side rendering for Vue.js. Let's see if there's a Feathers Next.js. Feathers Next example. And so again, it's not a package, but they just show you how you would integrate it with an existing Feathers app. So cool. Pranjal is asking, do I know how to use Jenkins? I've used it before, a long time ago, but it's a continuous integration tool, an automation tool. Yeah. Wasser is asking, is this code open source? Absolutely. So if you check out github.com/feathersjs/feathers, this is the library. It's completely and totally open source. All of the guides are open source too. So if you check out their docs repo, you can contribute to the docs. But yeah, totally open source. All right. Okay, so we started up the app. We get a basic Feathers app. That's great. Let's run the tests, see what happens. So I'm just going to kill this, do npm test. Awesome, 6 passing tests. So we can see it runs the app tests, the authentications tests, the simple tests we had for the user service. So that's good. And then we can do npm run dev. So as I showed in the package.json, it does have a dev script which starts nodemon. So nodemon automatically refreshes your server if any of the files change. So if I do npm run dev, we can leave that running in the background, and now it will auto restart, which is pretty cool. Cool. I'm gonna clean up my tabs because I have a lot of stuff open. There's grant, reveal, that. Cool. Awesome. Okay, what's next? In the next chapter, we're gonna learn about services. Awesome. Okay, so that's our basic Express app. I don't think the guide has us actually logging in with a user yet, but technically we could sign up a user and log in. It's already set up and ready to go for us. But let's keep going through the guide. Services. So services are at the heart of every Feathers application. So yesterday when I went through the quick start, we actually built a very basic service. So if we look at our first app, we actually created a class. It implemented find and create. But under the hood, this is really all a service is. It's a class that implements find, create, update, patch, delete, any of the other service methods. And any of those database adapters that you're using implement this, but just for that specific database. So in general, a service is an object or an instance of a class. It implements certain methods. Look at me, I kind of know what I'm talking about. Okay, services provide a uniform protocol-independent interface for how to interact with any kind of data. So in the example yesterday, it was super basic. We didn't actually have a real database. Our database was technically an in-memory database. It was just an array. When we created new messages, we push them into the array. If we want to find them, we just return that whole array. So it's super basic, but with this general structure, the implementation details could be anything. So instead of an array, you could connect to a database. And instead of just returning an array here, you could make a query on the database to get all of the messages. So services should not be scary. Just kind of like understand the mechanics, because you could write your own if you wanted to, and understand that any of the database adapters you use implement this for you. So the NeDB Feathers adapter implements a service that implements each one of these methods. Cool. So it could read from a database. It could interact with the file system, which is kind of what NeDB does. It could call other APIs. It could do things like send an email, process a payment. Services can do anything you want. They just have the ability to implement those particular methods. And these are the methods. The other thing is protocol independent. So because we define these services, and these services are defined in a fairly generic way in that they implement all of these methods, the way we interact with those services is protocol independent, meaning we're not locking ourselves into just REST or just sockets. So by having these services, protocols are actually a separate thing, which essentially, like the REST protocol or the REST Express REST, will make that service available as a REST API. So again, these are just generic functions. They're communicating with a database or a file system or something like that. But then if we have put a protocol on top of it, we can now actually match these up to REST endpoints. Or in terms of the real-time protocol, we can match these up to real-time events for querying and things like that. Cool. Let's take a quick stretch. This is my longer break. I think... Should I take a quick break? Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break because we're going to go at this for a while. Like I said, I'm doing all of this and then I'm going to do it all over again. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. Let's catch up on the chat real quick. Yeah, and so really this is just diving into what services are. Again, we created a super basic one yesterday, but like I said, it's fairly simple. They implement these methods, but then because of that, they can now be exposed in many different ways. Bohan is saying, this is my last name. I do not know how to pronounce, was it acrylic? Is that a word? That might be totally wrong. I apologize if that was offensive. Let's see. Did you know Zeit is the German word for time and is pronounced Zeit? Cool. Yeah, Anna's saying, I know you've already done the Feathers Vuex vids. Yeah, so I did the Feathers, so the Trello clone built with Feathers and Feathers Vuex and Vue on the front end. But examples are difficult to come by. I think I will, because Vue is my preferred way of building front end apps. So maybe that'll be a follow-up to all of these introduction tutorials. Maybe we can take the front-end app that we're going to build it with vanilla, but we can take that same front-end app and build it with Vue and Vuex. That would be fun. See you later, Briggs. Thanks for tuning in. Some of the questions you asked earlier will be answered, so feel free to come watch later. Skill says, what kind of camera do I use for my YouTube videos? It's so good and clear. I'm actually using a fairly old camcorder, but it's plugged into an HDMI, what's the word? Capture card. So this is like an HD camera, technically an HD camera. It's close to 8 years old at this point, but it still works pretty well. But it has HDMI out, which goes into a little box, and then that box plugs in USB to my computer, which shows it here. I've done some videos on my setup. So if you search for, actually just search for Coding Garden setup. It's not setting up a Mac. This one, setting up the stream. And in that video, I go through all of my gear. I show you how I set up my blue screen and stuff like that. Because I used to, I lived in New York City last summer, and I didn't have a dedicated streaming space. So every time I streamed, I had to set everything up and then tear it back down. So that video, I show you how I set everything up. And if you go to coding.garden/gear, you can see some links to the stuff that I use. So there's my blue screen. That's the microphone I use. I used to just use a regular plain old webcam, but it definitely was not the same quality as what you're seeing right now. And then this thing. So the camera that I have is a Vixia R400. I got it a very long time ago. They don't sell it anymore. The closest one they sell is the R800, but it's literally just a 1080p Canon camcorder, and it works just fine. And then this is the capture card that I was talking about. So you plug HDMI in, USB cable comes out, plugs into a computer, and then I have software which will take that signal and we can put it all together like you see. Cool, so check that out too. Looking forward to my Python stream. Thanks. Yeah, and if you check out Coding Garden slash slash landscaping, and this is a repo. I haven't been keeping up with it lately, but this is probably the best place to suggest videos for me to do. As you can see, some of these issues are pretty old. I haven't created videos on this stuff yet, but I mean, I have a day job. Eventually, if I do this full time, I can get to all of these things. But for now, I have time for what I have time for. So if you submit an issue there, at least we can register, hey, I want to learn about Python and Flask, and we'll put it in the backlog. Cool. Cool. And whoever asked about Feathers Vuex, I think it was Anne. Talk to Bart. They can help you out. Yeah, I'm using a MacBook Pro. Well, if you saw on my gear page, my streaming computer is a Windows laptop. The main reason being, this capture card does not work very well with Mac. You can use it, but you have to use their built-in software. I like to use a piece of software called OBS, which is Open Broadcaster. Used to be Open Broadcast Studio. Yeah, OBS Studio. And this supports that particular capture card. And so I used to use this Windows gaming laptop. Basically, if you're using multiple capture cards, because I have one capture card for my camera, one capture card for this MacBook, you need a fairly powerful computer to get everything going and stuff. So I used to use that. Now I just have a dedicated, basically a Windows desktop gaming PC. Because I don't need to be as mobile anymore. But yeah. Um, Bart says, at what point do you decide to use a community hook or middleware versus coding a very specific function yourself? I ended up creating my own hook for user verification, for example. I think it just comes down to how custom do you want to get about it. So like the Feathers Plus has common hooks. And so these are just a bunch of pre-built hooks that people have found to be useful. But if one of these doesn't fit your need, write your own. Or if you need to customize it, write your own. I think it's one of the great things about Feathers is like you don't have to use anything built in. You don't have to use any one of these pre-existing ones. You can write your own. That said, less code is less bugs is better code. So if you can find one that solves your problem, that's good. But if you do need to get super custom, then you might end up writing your own. Cool. Eddie is asking, which city do I like living in more, New York or Denver? I like Denver. New York City is a very, what's the word? It's a big city. It's a very populous city. There's so much going on. The cost of living is much, much higher in New York City than it is here. And, okay, let's say the things I like about New York City. Public transportation is awesome. You can pay one fee and take a subway anywhere in New York City, which is great. Most things are walkable. You end up walking a lot, which helps with your keeping your figure and staying in shape. It's like the hub of the world, so like every music artist goes there if you like watching music. There's tons of you can see Broadway shows. Like there's a ton going on there. It's super awesome. But what I didn't like about it is the fact that you have to walk everywhere. So if I wanted to go grocery shopping, I could really only get as much as I could carry in bags. I ended up buying a pretty big backpack that I could use to go to the grocery store. So that was inconvenient. If you're commuting during popular commute times, trains get crowded. And when I lived there, I only lived there for 3 months, so I had to find a short-term lease. And that actually ends up making the apartment way more expensive because you're not staying for a longer lease. And so it was fairly expensive to stay in like a 300 square foot studio that I got. Whereas here, I pay less on my monthly note for a house that I bought. Denver is more of a driving city. You're really close to the mountains, so if you like to go hiking or in the winter you can go snowboarding or skiing, it's only an hour away. And usually it's like fairly cold in the mountains, like I'm gonna say Fahrenheit, but like 10, 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So like it's super cold, but at the same time, it might, if you come back to the city, it might be like 60 degrees, which is super cool. There's tons of craft brewing in Denver and like in the Colorado area. So if you like craft beer, there's a lot of that. Marijuana is legal, which is a cool thing. What else? And I like the tech scene here. So New York City obviously has a huge tech scene because all of the large companies have a presence there. But here in Denver, there's a tech scene, and it also has like a very community feel. Recently, there was the Develop Denver conference, which I did a live stream at, and I know a lot of the people that were running it. But it was super cool. It's just extremely community oriented. There are all kinds of super cool talks, all given by people that are here in the Denver area. If you go on meetup.com, there's just tons and tons of tech meetups. So I really like Denver. I'll be here for a while. Let's see. Ooh, that's a good suggestion, Ed. I can't do everything. I am just but a man. But he's saying regarding landscaping issues, it would be cool if people from the community either created tutorials or built similar apps and then shared them as well. I think that's great. We could turn it into like a learning tutorial marketplace or something like that. And yeah, people do want to see me do the videos, but eh. Im is saying, talk more about keeping a user logged in, how to refresh the token, or how to set headers in a safe way. I'm not going to answer this question. Actually, I mean, it's legal. I do. Yes, I do. Not on stream, not before stream, but yes, it's legal here. Im says, talk more about keeping a user logged in, how to refresh the token, or how to set headers in a safe way. I can talk about that because we're definitely going to get into the authentication section, which will add GitHub OAuth. So yes, I can talk about that in a bit. All right, I'm going to take let's do a 4-minute break. I'll be right back, and then we'll learn more about services. See you soon. Hello, I'm back. It's my drink. There are some very interesting comments in the live chat. I will not acknowledge them. I try to keep this a mainly like a pretty family friendly channel. I think there are community guidelines for YouTube streams in terms of what you can and can't do. That said, I think there are some YouTube channels that do that thing that you're talking about in the chat. But I try to make it so that anybody can watch my videos. There's no age restriction or anything like that. Cool. Stop it! Stop talking about that stuff. All right, we're going to get back into it. We're going to talk about services. So we talked about services. We explained what they are, what they can do. They have these particular methods. And as we mentioned, it can be a class, or it is a class, typically. So it implements these methods. And then if you want to use it, you say app.use, so app being your Feathers app. You say essentially the name of the service or where it should be registered in terms of RESTful routing. And then you create an instance of that service. So if we take a look at the code that got generated, it did create this user service. And then if we look at our app.js, so it created the user service, and then index.js will allow the service to configure itself. And if we look at that service, it is saying app.use. So it's registering itself as the user service. Cool. You have params for the different service methods, and when used as a REST API. So we mentioned you can expose this with different protocols, but particularly if you're exposing it as a REST API, this is how things will match up. So service.find is a get method that essentially lists all of the things. You can do service.find, and one of the super interesting things is, like, depending on which database adapter you're using, it actually, most of them have support for, what's the word? Very batteries included querying. So you can actually, in the service find, you can pass in things like, give me only the items where a particular field is equal to this, or a particular field is greater than that, or give me all of the items that have an ID that's in this array. Like, you can get very complex with the queries that you send, and most of the database adapters implement that under the hood, so you don't really even have to worry about creating like custom queries. But ultimately what that gets turned into is a query string on the end with your querying options. Get will give you a single item by ID. Create will create an item for that given service. It gets the body of the request, so you can insert it into your database or do what you want with it. Put accepts the ID of the thing. Update is a put request that accepts the ID of the thing and the body. Patch accepts the ID and the body, and remove accepts the ID, and those line up to patch and delete. So by default, this very easily lines up to how you would implement this with a REST API. But ultimately, it does all of that for you. Cool. So we saw how to register services, and our user service automatically registered itself when it got generated. Yesterday, we saw that we registered the messages, or the message service, just by creating an instance and saying app.use. And then if you want to get access to a service, you say app.service with the name of it, and now you have a variable with that service inside of it, and you can call all of those service methods. So you can do service.find, service.get, etc. Cool. And so along with that, so you have this very generic way of creating a service. Now, with this very generic way of creating a service, it can be exposed as a REST API, and it can also be exposed as a real-time API. So it automatically emits these events, which in turn will get emitted over sockets if you've enabled the socket protocol. So whenever the create method is called, the created event is fired off, similar for update, patch, and removed. And so this lines up very nicely with how we've defined the service, and now it works for both REST and real-time. Cool. And then the other thing, which we've talked a little bit about, are database adapters. So instead of having to implement that service from scratch every time you want to talk to a database, there are these packages which are provided by the Feathers.js team to integrate with any given database, and they have already done all the hard work of creating this service for you. So the NeDB thing that we're using, so we're using Feathers NeDB. And so this is a library that creates a Feathers service that talks to a NeDB database. And so they've implemented all of those methods. I'm sure in the find, they're saying like db.find, all of the things available in NeDB, they're using that to interface with the database, but they've exposed it as a class with these methods on it. And that same thing has been done for all of these other adapters. So you essentially get them for free. So once you want to start talking to one of these databases, you use that adapter, it provides the service, you can get going. Cool. Yeah, and I mentioned it, we're using NeDB. That way we don't have to set up a database server or anything like that. And yeah, in a larger application, you would want to use something like Postgres, Mongo. But for now, NeDB is just fine because we can get started with it. But like I said, it's file-based. You could run into issues where multiple requests are trying to write to the database at the same time. Could you, though? Because Node.js is single-threaded. You could have a race condition where like one thing updates and maybe the other thing doesn't. I don't know. But in the real world, you would want to use a real database because it can handle those kinds of things. Yeah, so I mentioned it earlier, but if we look back at the config, NeDB is going to store it in a folder called data. Oh, actually, there it is. There's data. It created it because once we start up the service, it saw that this didn't exist. It created the folder, and now all of our users are going to get inserted here. And it looks like it actually created a default user. That's interesting. Someone at example.com. If we find what the password is, we could probably log in with them. But all of the users that get created are going to get put into this file, and that's essentially like the database. And that's how NeDB works. Cool. All right. I think it's time to generate a service. So we can do Feathers generate service. We'll tell it what adapter do we want to use, what's the name of the service, all that stuff. So let's do it. I'm going to do this in a separate tab. So we're in the Feathers directory. Say Feathers generate service. What kind of a service is it? It shouldn't actually default to NeDB. It should ask me. I had a new line in my paste. So the cool thing about this is you can actually use different databases for different services. So if you had multiple databases or multiple data stores for the different parts of your application, you could absolutely do that. In this case, we're just going to keep using NeDB. But like I said, you can choose whatever you want for this. We're going to call this the messages service. So this is going to be the service in charge of keeping track of all the messages that users send in our chat application. Where should we register it? I believe we are going to keep that as /messages. Yes. And does it require authentication? We are going to say yes. So now, anytime you try to create a message or list all of the messages, you must be authenticated. So yesterday, in the very simple example that we did, anyone can create messages. There is no authentication. Now this automatically is locked down, and you must be logged in to be able to create messages. So that created the service. This thing restarted because it saw those changes. And now we can take a look and start to customize things. So before we jump into customizing the user service, let's take a look at the service that got generated. So when I did Feathers generate service, we now see it created this messages folder. This looks very similar to the user service. So we can see here's the messages service, hooks. And right now, because we said it requires authentication, it's saying before any method, you must have a valid JSON web token. So that makes sure that users are logged in. And then again, the class is empty, but we can start to extend it. The index.js also automatically got updated. So we can see that this is now bringing in the messages service, and it's passing messages into configure. So now messages are available to use in our app. We now have it enabled as a REST endpoint and real time. Cool. All right, before I get into that, let's catch up on the chat. Let's see if anybody has said anything different than what we're talking about. Let's see. Abdel Hamid said, is Feathers just an Express app with integrated Socket.io module and built-in methods such as find instead of get and post? I wouldn't think about it like that. I would think about Feathers as more of a standalone library that allows you to create these things called services. And then it has this other thing which now integrates those services with something like Express. So instead of thinking of Feathers as just one big Express app, think of it as its own library that integrates really well with Express. And then, like I mentioned earlier, because we have this idea of services, that maps really well to HTTP methods. So under the hood, whenever we use a particular service in our app, because we have this Express integration, it knows to go ahead and create all of the routes under the hood for us. So instead of manually having to create app.get, app.post, it will actually create those methods and map them to the methods on the service that we have. Did I miss some? I don't know if I did. When do I start coding? I'm soon. We're gonna write code soon. See you later, Linus. Sleep well. Hello, Danielle. Welcome to the stream. And Anand, who I think is tuning in live for the first time. Welcome. Matt is saying, is this a clone or is it generated from the CLI? It's generated from the CLI. So earlier on, we did Feathers generate app. We did a tour of the code base. Just now, we generated a service, which automatically got added. We're going to keep moving. See you later, Domenico. Enjoy your dinner. Mamma mia. Flowsuit with the €2 super chat. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, let's keep moving. So we talked about database adapters. We generated our service. Now we can get into customizing a service. So there are two ways. The first is to tap into hooks, and that allows you to essentially tap into the lifecycle of any given request. So we talked about these earlier, but hooks allow you to specify functions which will get called on any one of these service methods. Whenever those service methods are called, these hook functions can be called before something happens or after something happens, or when an error happens. So that's one way of customizing and adding your own functionality. But for now, we can extend the adapter service class. So let's extend our existing user's service, and we're going to add the Gravatar avatar URL. So if you're not familiar with Gravatar, let's check it out. This is a service that maps a user's email to like a globally recognized image or like profile. So you can sign up on here, so that way if a service does use Gravatar and you sign up with the email that you have registered on Gravatar, they'll automatically import your profile image and things like that. So we're going to set that up. And we can see, so in services, users.class, we're going to add some code. More super chats. So let's go in here real quick. So I showed it earlier. Like, we have this class, it extends service. Right now it's totally empty, but this is where we're going to add our custom code. And there's another super chat from Wasser. 2 + 3 is 5. Thank you so much. And hello, George. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while. Oh, Baran is saying, I think there was another donation you missed. Yeah, I'll check real quick because I don't want to forget anybody. There's a way to show super chats. Actually, let me just check really quick on Streamlabs. It could have happened while I was on break too. Oh, I did miss one. Okay, yeah. So thank you. Wasser donated also on Streamlabs. $3. Hello, CJ. Keep going with this great live stream. I see. That's why I missed the other one. So Wasser donated 3 on Streamlabs and 2 on Super Chat. I really appreciate that, Wasser. Hello, Katoli. Welcome back. Yeah, it wasn't a Super Chat. It was on Streamlabs. Quick stretch. So those of you that are new to my break timer, it pops up every 15 minutes to do a quick stretch. Micro break. Get our hands off the keyboard, prevent repetitive strain injuries. Cool. Okay, so we are essentially going to modify or extend this service to add some custom functionality. So first thing we'll do is we're going to bring in crypto because we're going to do some MD5 hashing. So crypto is a core node.js module. We won't have to npm install it. It's just built in if you're using Node.js. And the way Gravatar works is it uses the MD5 hash of someone's email to get access to their profile information. So we're bringing in crypto. We'll bring in just a variable that holds the Gravatar URL so we can create an avatar URL. And then... yeah, so this is going to specify how large we want those images to be, and in this case, 60 pixels. So that's great. Okay. Now, the way we're doing this is we're actually we're not overriding the create method. We are extending it. So you can see create here. That absolutely corresponds to the create method of a service, and so we're doing that here. We're adding our custom logic, and then at the end, we're calling super.create. So we're actually calling the built-in create method of, in this case, knee-db, which is our database adapter that we're using. And so when we call this, it's still going to do all the work of like inserting it into the database and hashing the password and different things like that. Or actually, it won't hash the password because there's a hook. But this stuff will get called before it is created. Cool. So... we have our create method, and it gets access to data and params. So let's create that. And the way this works is anytime the create method is called on our service. So if you think of this from the aspect of like a REST API, this would be a post against /users to create the user. And the body of the request is going to be in data. So that is... oh, yeah, there's no comma there. Data is essentially the body of the request that's coming into the server. And from a real-time aspect, it's just the payload of a socket event that's attempting to create a user. So that's data. Params are going to be anything that was on the request, like the query string or params or anything else like that. And cool. We're going to grab these things off of data. So we're going to do a little bit of destructuring. Like I mentioned, data is the request body, but when we're creating a user, we send it the email and we send it the password. And right now we're destructuring GitHub ID. We haven't added GitHub OAuth just yet, but eventually when we do, this will give us access to the GitHub ID of that given user. We're going to pull that off of data. And then we need to create a hash of the user's email. So we'll call this hash crypto.create hash. We're going to create an MD5 hash. And we're going to call update, which essentially we pass it what is the thing that we want to hash. And here we're going to create, not create, so we'll just take the email, set it to lowercase, just in case they signed up with, I don't know, they capitalize the letters and stuff like that, but particularly the hash that Gravatar uses is an all lowercase version of the email. And then I think we do digest hex. So that will create the MD5 string of the hash. Great. Then we can build our avatar URL. So that's going to be, we'll use a template literal. So we start off with the Gravatar URL. Slash the hash that we just created, and then the query string on the end will be the query. So we're constructing this URL, which is the user's profile image, I think I got that right. So gravatar URL /hash question query. And then lastly, we're going to create an object, which is actually the thing that's going to be inserted into the database. So we create a user data variable. This has email, password, avatar, GitHub ID. Anything else? Yeah, that's it. And so we now have essentially what the user was signing up with. So the user is attempting to sign up. They're sending us their email and password, but we're just adding this extra property on there, the avatar. And then again, we call super.create. So this is going to call the built-in service method. So we'll say super.create and pass in user data. And I guess also, do we need to pass in params? Yeah, we do. So if you're not familiar with classes and the way inheritance and extends works in JavaScript, because we are extending the needb service, when we call super.create, we're actually calling the built-in create, which is going to do the work of inserting it into the database. But here we've just done some stuff beforehand, so we can modify what's going to get inserted into the database. So we do that. That looks good. Now we can sign up users with email and password, and it automatically adds their avatar image. So that's great. We're keeping GitHub ID from the original data, so that way we can add login with GitHub in the authentication chapter. Yeah, so right now, this is just going to be like an undefined field. It might not even get inserted into the database if we do try to sign up a user. But upcoming, we are going to set up GitHub OAuth. Cool. Let's catch up on the chat. Suleiman says, "You're the best, CJ. Much love from Turkey." Thank you so much. Heart. Wasser did some quick maths. 2 + 3 is 5. Quick maths. Hello, Artur. Welcome to the stream. Baran is saying, I'm guessing MD5 here is for the sake of the simplicity. Actually, that's just how Gravatar works. I'm sure we'll see it in a second, but let's just do this. I'm going to create the Gravatar URL for my email, which I think I've set up before. If not, I think it gives us a generic user image. But let's do it. So I can actually take this code. Yeah, let's take this hashing code. We'll just start up like an interactive node console. We'll create an email. This is my email. We'll do this. And then now if we look at the hash, that's our MD5 hash. So if we go to this URL, / that, it's me. So that's just the way Gravatar works. So this is your, you pass it the MD5 hash, and I guess here we can say, what was the query param? S = 60. Can we go like 100? Oh no, backend fetch failed. I don't know the different ones that they support. I guess if we leave it off, it's probably the biggest as it gets. So this is a super interesting service because if you've registered your email on there before, it has your profile image set up so that people can show it on different websites if they know what your email is. Cool. And so that's basically what we're doing right here. So when a user signs up, we're generating that avatar URL and putting that into our database. So the MD5 isn't being used for the password or anything. It's really just to create a hash of the email to create the avatar URL. See you later, Wasser. Thanks for the donations, and see ya. Yeah, Baran is, so he thought we were talking about passwords. No, this is just for the avatar URL. Yeah, no worries, but it's super interesting to see how Gravatar, is it Gravatar? Oh, I'm not saying it wrong. Gravatar. What does that sound like? Avatar? Gravatar. Oh, because it creates avatars. I don't know. It's a cool service. Let's see. Actually, yeah, I'm curious too, Baran. So let's go back to that URL. I wonder if you can just put the email in there. No, I think it needs the MD5 hash. I don't know. Okay, so what's next? All right, we learned about services. That's great. Coming up next, we're going to learn about hooks. Let's do it. Yeah, so services are great for essentially creating an interface into your database or data store. Well, it's good. That's good feedback, though. Ed is mentioning when they first went through the guide, it was a little bit confusing what was happening there as well. Maybe we can make a pull request to. I mean, there is a comment uses MD5 from an email address to get the image. Yeah, I guess it may not be super clear if you are just like copy pasting the code. Hopefully, if the next person that comes along will watch the video that I make, and it hopefully will make a little bit more sense. Yeah, so technically we could implement our entire app with services, but very often we need similar functionality across multiple services. And this is where hooks come in, because you can create a hook, which is just a function that has access to the context, and that hook can be reused in any service, in any hooks for a given service, which is great. For example, we might want to check for all services if a user is allowed to even use it, or add the current date to all data that we are saving. So like we could create a hook like here in the create, update, patch methods. So we could create a hook that adds in the before hook, we create a before hook that adds a created at date on all of the entities that that we are creating, which is pretty sweet. Yeah. And again, they're transport independent. So that's one of the cool things about Feathers. Like when we're building this app, we don't have to think about RESTful endpoints or real-time communication. We build our app with services and with hooks. We can modify or customize the services if we need to, but ultimately we're not thinking about the lower level of how things will actually be interacting with our service. We just expose our service over REST. So that's the great thing about hooks. Use it with any service, any protocol. Hooks are commonly used to handle things like validation, authorization, logging, populating related fields, sending notifications, and much, much more. Yeah, so here's some links out to like blog posts, but I mentioned them earlier, but the Feathers plus common hooks. This is a good example of like all the different kinds of things you could do with hooks. So they actually provide enhance. Oh no, it went away. I lost the sidebar. There we go. But these are just pre-built hooks that you can import into your app and use. So just looking through this list of hooks gives you an idea of the kind of things that you can do in hooks. Cool. Oh yeah, so the example we're going to use here is that it's going to add a created at property on any message that gets created in our system. Cool. Should we do that though? I'm curious if the guide is telling me to implement this or is just an example. Let's read and then maybe we'll come back to it. Yeah, so hook function is a function that takes the hook context and returns that context or nothing. They run in the order that they're registered. So we can see here that we register them in an array and they're going to run one after another. If one fails, the ones after it aren't going to get called. Yeah, so now we have this set created at hook. But if we wanted to be more generic about it, and maybe you have multiple fields, they're not called created at, you want something that like created at and updated at, you can create a more generic hook function that takes in a parameter, which you can then specify. So this will set the created at field, or this will set the updated at field, but it reuses that hook function, so you don't have to write it multiple times, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, then we can get into what the context is. So we haven't written our own hook function just yet, but we will. And so the context gives you access to all the things that you might need in a given hook. I guess I'll just show it really quick on. I'll probably remove it after we create it, but I just want to show like what exactly we're talking about here. So this is the messages service. And let's say before it's created, we want to set the created at property of it. So we give it a function. Let's take a quick stretch. We give it a function that takes in context as a parameter. And typically the last thing you'll do is return that context so that it can be used in any other hook that is registered. But right here is where we can add our custom logic. And so we see here there are quite a few different things that are available on the context. These things are read-only, so context.app is our full Feathers application. So if I needed to access something from the app, I could do context.app. Context.service will allow me to get a different service. So right now I'm inside the messages service, but if I wanted to access the user service for some reason, I could say context.service users. And now I have access to the user service and I could query it separately or do different things with it. We have the method name, the path, the type, and then here are the things that you can modify. And so particularly the one that we're looking at is context.data, because this is the thing that's being created, and this is where we can add that created at field. So I can right here say context.data.created at equals a new date. And now when every single time a message gets created, because we're in the before hook, so before it gets inserted into the database, we're going to add this created at field. Then it will get inserted into the database, and it has this created at field, which was created on the server side with the current date in the environment of the server. So it's not like set by the client or anything like that. So that's a basic hook. And they showed an example earlier of update. So we could take this very similar thing, and before update, we say context.data.updated at equals a new date. But again, we kind of have some code duplication here, so we could create our own custom hook. Set timestamp. And this will be a function that takes in let's call it property. Oh, sorry, it takes in the context. Well, no, it takes in the property and returns a function that now has access to that. And this is where we'll return the context. But here we'll say context.data at that given property name equals a new date. Cool. Let's see if it matches up to what they did. Yeah, so they call it name. And we should be able to just call right here set timestamp created at. And then we also have set timestamp updated at. And now it's totally reusable. Anytime something is created, it will set the created at property. Anytime it's updated, it'll set the updated property. Okay, I'm going to remove this stuff for now because I don't know what the guide wants me to do. So we'll keep moving. Let's see. Yeah, so that's our hook. You get access to all these other things. These are writable, or you can modify them. These are things that you can access other parts of your app. I just showed how to register a hook. You essentially just put that function inside of any one of the hooks arrays. Cool. Yeah, I said cool. It says cool. So yeah, I think I was correct in that the guide was just showing me what a hook was, but it didn't want me to create it just yet. And now right here, we can actually use the CLI to generate a hook. So that's what we'll do next. Cool. Self is asking, did I get sponsored by Feathers.js? No, I like Feathers.js. I'm interested in it. People that are interested in Feathers.js will in turn see my channel and see my videos. So no sponsors. Cool. Yeah. So I showed how to create a hook manually, but you can also use the CLI, which is what we will do right now. We can close out of here. Cool. So I'm in the server directory. I'll do feathers, generate hook. Eddie is saying you should have at least asked for some feather stickers. I'm sure David will probably send me one. Okay, what is the name of the hook? In this case, we're going to create a hook called process message. Let's do it. What kind of a hook should it be? This is going to be a before hook. What service should this hook be for? So the CLI already knows what services I have. I don't think this is going to be application-wide. This is probably going to be just for messages, but we'll double check. Yeah, so we want it to be registered on the messages service. And then what method should the hook be for? We'll select create. Go. And now we can see, look at it. Wonderful. So the CLI did the work of, for one, registering my new process message hook in the messages hooks file. So we are right here. It registered it there. But then it now separated it into a folder called hooks, where this thing is potentially reusable. So now process message, this is our hook function right here. Remember, it takes in the context, returns the context, and we can do our custom stuff right here. So that's great. And typically this is how you want to define your hooks. Mainly so that they are reusable and you can reuse them as needed instead of like copying and pasting them into all of your services. You can define your hooks in here, require them in, and register them on any service that you want to use them on. Cool. So yeah, it was generated, wired up, we see it. And now we are going to update that hook. So let's just get rid of these comments. And it's important that we write our code inside of here. So what you'll notice is when the hook is registered, we actually invoke the function. And we'll see that the return of the invocation of this function is the actual hook function. So the main reason we have that is we might actually want to specify some custom options for any time that we're registering a hook. In this case, I don't think we have any options, but you want to make sure that your code goes in this inner function, not in this outer function, because the outer function is just for configuring things. The inner function is the actual hook function that we care about. Cool. So we're going to take data off the context. And we're going to do a little bit of data validation. So this is typically where you might do some validation for a given service. Now, if you're using a particular database adapter that already has built-in validations, I'm thinking of something like the Mongoose adapter. Because with Mongoose, you create your model, which can actually have required fields, and that will handle a lot of the validation for you. But in this case, we're using NeDB. It's a super simple database. It doesn't have any built-in validation. So before we allow someone to create a message, we're going to process it. And while we're processing it, we can determine if it's invalid, and that's our validation, and prevent them from creating that message. So first thing we do is we destructure data from context. Then we'll say if not data.text. So if they did not specify a text field, we're going to throw an error. So if they left off the text field, we throw an error. A message must have a text. So throw new error. I don't know if that's proper English. A message must have a text. A message must have a text property. A message must have, let's say, a text property. So, and this is the other thing about hooks. If your hook throws an error, any other hook that's coming next isn't going to get called, and this is immediately going to get forwarded to the error handler. In the case of having your REST protocol enabled, it's going to call the express REST error handler. In the case of sockets, that particular thing will return an error. But that's basically how we do error handling. If there's an error, we just throw the error, and it handles showing the error message and all that good stuff. Cool. Now we can grab the logged in user. So if we look at context.params, we scroll back up, we can see params contains the query, if it was like a RESTful call, the provider, in terms of the protocol that this particular request is coming from. So we can see if it's like REST or sockets if we want to do something in particular. You probably want to shy away from that because then that ties you to a given protocol. You may need to do it sometimes, but also on context.params is the user object. And that's just a way that the authentication hook works. So we're going to take the user off of context.params. But the particularly our authentication hooks, whenever the JWT hook, let's see it in action. This authenticate JWT, this hook adds a user property to params. So imagine that you wrote this hook yourself. You would actually say context.params.user equals the decoded JSON web token that you wrote all the code for. So that's how we can get access to the user. Great. Now we're actually going to do a little bit more of sanitizing and validating. So we're going to create a text property where we grab the text that, and actually, yeah, we already destructured data up here. So I think we should use the destructured property. I need to make a note to submit a pull request to the docs. Actually, if anyone wants to contribute, check it out. Go to feathers.js/docs. This is using ViewPress, so you can clone this down, run it locally. If you look at the package JSON, you can just do, where is it? npm start, that'll start a dev server. It's structured in a way where everything's just markdown files. So right now we are in, we're in guides. So if we look at the guides folder, and then we're in basics, and right now we're in hooks. So this is a markdown file that represents this page that we're looking at. Let's just search for this text. Yeah, there it is. So if you want to make a contribution to Feathers, you can make a pull request here. And the suggestion that I'm making is, instead of doing context.data right here, we want to just use data because we've already destructured it. We should probably just use the data property. Cool. So let's do that. So we're going to create a text property. This is going to be data.text. And the thing that they're doing here is calling substring. So that way, if someone sent a request to our server that had like a super long text field, it's going to trim it down so it's only a maximum of 400 characters long. So that's great. So now we have the text property. And now we're actually going to override context.data. So we're going to set context.data equal to a brand new object. And this, in a way, is a bit of a security precaution, because instead of just directly inserting in context.data to our database, because the user could have specified like extra properties, and if we're not checking for those could make it into our database. But by defining a new or overriding it, if they specified weird extra properties, all of those are going to go away. And this is going to be the thing that we end up inserting into the database. So on this, we're going to specify the text. And now that text is the sanitized text. So we're not letting them, we're not inserting the whole thing if they sent us a really long bit of text. We can set the user ID. And so in this particular app that we're building, every message belongs to a particular user. And by setting the user ID here, it's that user, this message is going to be tied to that user. I don't know if we're going to add custom things like a user can update their message, but ultimately, because this message belongs to this user, no one else can modify it. And that's just going to be user._ID. Now, particularly because we're using NeDB, it automatically adds this ID property to any things that get inserted into its database. This will vary depending on which adapter you use. If you're using any sort of SQL database, typically it's just .id, but if you're using like Mongo or NeDB in this case, it uses _ID. Cool. And here's where we're going to add that created at field. So we're just going to say created app is a new date. And we'll do .get time. Cool. And after all of this, we return the context. And so now we can go down the path, run through any other hook that's registered, and ultimately get inserted into the database. Because remember, we registered this hook before a message is created. So before it's inserted into the database, this hook gets called, it does our validation, it does our sanitization, and that's what will get inserted into the database. Cool. And again, yeah, so in every hook that you write, you always return the context at the end because there will be other hooks that need to access that context. Cool. So we talked about this. If there's no text, throw an error. Truncate the message so we're not inserting a bunch of stuff. Update what we're actually putting in the database to be only the things that should be going into the database. And yeah, so that's great. Next up, we'll create another hook for populate user, but let's see what people are saying. Bo is saying they found me a while back from the Feathers videos that I made. Excited to see the new videos. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So I mentioned it earlier, but right now I'm going through the guide. I'm explaining it for you all, but what I'm going to do, I may not end up doing it. Today was kind of just myself familiarizing myself with this guide, but I am going to create a separate tutorial where you will not see me, and this will be full screened. Well, and actually I won't be bouncing back and forth between the docs. I'll just be like coding the thing and explaining it. But that's potentially for another day. Right now, I'm just getting familiar so that when I do that, I'll sound like I know what I'm talking about. Cool. Thor has a question. Within the hook context, how can I call another hook? Example, if context.params.header.x, then call the authentication hook. You actually could. I mean, I don't know if this is a best practice, but the way to think about this is like this authenticate one. Let's just do it. Like I said, I don't know if this is best practice. Maybe if any Feathers people are watching, you can say what you would do in this scenario. But you might actually, you could do this, and because authenticate is a hook, right here, we could call it with JWT, and then we could invoke it with the context, like that. And because a hook always returns the context, ultimately this whole thing is going to return the context. So I'm pretty sure that this would technically work. I just don't know if it's a best practice. But this ultimately would do it. It would do this hook, then it would call this hook, which ultimately returns the context, and then another hook could be called. But again, don't quote me on that, but that should technically work. Yeah, it works fine outside of the 8-sync context, but I need the exact scenario. Check for particular context parameters. If not found, then authenticate. I see. Oh, cool. Baran is gonna fix the docs. It's a pretty simple fix, but it's really just for consistency, because in the docs this has context.data instead of just using data because we already destructured it. I don't know. Simple fix. Robinson is asking, why don't people use view engines anymore, like EJS or Pug? It's really just about building more scalable and reusable apps. So when you have a REST API or a real-time API, you can talk to that same backend with any front-end framework or any web app, with any mobile app, with any desktop app. So it really allows you to create a completely reusable backend where you just create the client. Whereas if you're using something like EJS or Pug for server-side rendering, you're essentially tied to the web. So your app will really only render inside of a web browser, and you can't really reuse it for other things. So that's probably the main reason. Things like Nuxt.js for Vue and Next.js for React are kind of like a middle ground because it gives you server-side rendered Vue or server-side, or server-side rendered React, which is similar to EJS or Pug in that you have like server-side templates. But then it does the magic of the initial request is server-side rendered, requests after that behave like a single-page application. But that's probably the main reason. But that said, like if you're building an app, maybe you're prototyping, maybe you want to get it up and going immediately, you know that you're not going to build a mobile app or a desktop app, you could probably just use EJS or Pug and do server-side rendering. Nothing wrong with that at all. But you never know. And if you build your app this way, you're kind of like future-proofing yourself in a way. Yeah. Yeah, and single-page applications are essentially like the new standard. Everyone has a fairly, not everyone, most people have a fairly powerful mobile phone, which has a Chrome browser with full support for all of these web APIs. So the majority of websites are built using front-end JavaScript frameworks. Hello, yes sir, welcome to the stream. It's been away, I've been away, hope I've not been away for too long. It's all good, welcome back. Yeah, so everyone's discussing what to do in this hook scenario. Yeah. Oh yeah, Matt has a good suggestion. So if a service calls another service, you can check inside another hook what the context of the request is, and do something particular in that scenario. So yeah, I don't know your specific scenario, but if you are trying to check the header, I guess you're not really communicating with another service, but you could have added a hook in that other service's get or create method, depending on which thing you're calling in that service, and the hooks for that will get called before the end of this particular hook. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving. Awesome. So we created that process message hook. Now we're going to create a hook called populate user. And I think what this will do, yeah, so this is going to be an interesting hook. This is going to, anytime we request a message from our server, we're actually going to put the user object on that message. So that way we can show like the avatar and the name on the front end. So let's generate a new hook. The name of the hook is populate user. We want this to be an after hook. This is going to go on the messages service. And this will be after all. So after every single service method for messages, this particular hook is going to run. And if we take a look at in the hooks folder, it created this hook for us. That's great. And if we look at messages.hooks, it automatically added populate user there, which is awesome. Isn't it great? The CLI tool is awesome. I don't like that it put a new line there, but that's okay. We can fix that. Okay, so we're going to create a hook. We're going to get access to all those things from the context. We are going to get the particular user from the database for the given message. Quick stretch. This is another longer break. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I think after I create this hook, I'm going to take another quick break. I got to take breaks. I'm going to be streaming for a long time. I'm kind of losing my voice too. You know what? I'll probably stream tomorrow too, because it's a holiday. And that way I can get all this feather stuff done. Not that I don't like doing it, but I'm gonna be making a lot of videos. I'm essentially gonna be making like a very well crafted, edited version of like almost every single page in the guide here. So I'll be doing that. Okay, so that gets the particular user, puts the user on the object. Interesting, yeah, and we can, so this is cool. Okay, let's build it. But this down here is depending on which method we're in, we'll potentially have to populate all of the messages, or if it's only one message, we just populate one message. Okay, let's do it. So First thing is we're going to destructure all of these things off of context so we can use them in our hook here. So app, method, result, and params. So if we go to populate user, remember we want to be inside of this async function. That's where our code goes. So we want app, method, result, and params. Cool. We'll create our little add user function, and the main reason that we're doing this is so that way we can use it in multiple scenarios, because in the scenario where we're dealing with just one message, we only need to call that function once. But in the scenario where we're dealing with an entire array of messages, we need to call that function for every single message in that array. So let's do it. We'll create our function. It's called add user. It's an async function that will get access to the message that we are going to add the user to. What's happening? Oh. What am I doing? So async message is a parameter, and then we have an arrow function. There we go. We did it. So we now then talk to the user service. So we mentioned this earlier, but we can actually get access to other services inside of this service. So here we'll say the user is going to be, app.service users. And we can see app is just coming from the context, and that represents our entire Feathers app. This gives us access to the user service. And then we need to do, I think, a get, where we pass in the ID of the user that we want. And if you remember, in the process message hook, we added the user ID to the message so that we know who it's coming from. So in this case, we can just say message.user ID. So we're going to pass in the message here. I'll remove the parentheses just to be consistent with the guide, but we grab the user ID from the message, which before we had added to the message when we inserted it into the database. Awesome. And we can pass in any other params if there were any. And then ultimately, we just need to return an object that has all the properties of the message. So in this case, just text, user ID, and created at. And then a property called user, which is all of the user attributes. So we'll have the message object. It's going to have text created at. There's going to be a user property, which is an object, which will have the users. If we remember back to our custom user service, a user has an email, a password, which won't be on there because we have that protect hook, a GitHub ID, and an avatar. So we're essentially just putting the user object on a message so that way we can use it on the front end anytime we request a message. Awesome. So that's that function. But then this down here is depending on which method was called, we need to do things differently. So if the method was find, we can say context.result.data. Again, this is another one of those consistency things. I think we can just do result.data because result is an object from context. So it's still a reference, and then its properties here. Yeah, so I think this just might work with result.data. I may have to fix it. But essentially, we need to map over result.data. So ultimately, if this was a find request, it's going to be returning multiple messages, not just one message. And so result.data is going to give us access to all of the entire array of messages that we're about to return. So that way we can add the user to each individual one. So we're going to do await promise.all result.data.map. And for each item, we want to call this add user function. And again, I think this is okay to do because we did destructure result right here. I think that's okay to do. And so result.data.map, that's going to return an array, but each item in that array is a promise because this is an async function, so it's returning a promise, and then we're waiting for all of those promises to finish. So if we are returning an array of a bunch of different messages, each one is going to look up the user for that message, put it on, and then we'll have a big array of all the messages, including their user information. Else, we'll just say context.result equals add user with result. And we do need to await it because it's an async function. Why is this yelling at me? Possible race condition, context.result might be reassigned based on the outdated value of context.result. Maybe that's why we did context.result right here. Nope, it doesn't like that at all. You know what? I think what we need to do is instead of destructuring it, to get rid of that message. Don't want a word wrap. How is this a race condition? That's super interesting. I've never seen this. Never seen this in as an ESLint error. Oh well. We're almost there, but let's catch up on the chat. Enso, hello Enso, says, hey CJ, wish you good work. Thank you. And he says, do you think there will be a point when all apps are CLI generated or created, like a McDonald's cashier's menu? I think so, but I think at the same time, there are a lot of people that don't like generators. They like to do things from hand or by hand themselves. So I think there's always going to be room for both. And I think Feathers is a happy middle ground because you can use the CLI, but like I showed, you don't have to. Like you could actually, like I could have created this file in this function myself. It just helps with keeping your stuff organized and doing it in a consistent way. Yeah. Lamar or Lamer is saying add user. Bo is saying calling another hook inside of a hook is perfectly fine. I do it often. Cool. So Bo says it's okay to do. I think there was a question earlier from, was it Thor? Yeah, it was Thor. Okay. Acquire automatic updates. I'm gonna, you know, like this is a digression, but I'm gonna look up this ESLint rule to see what it's talking about. I digress. Come on, DuckDuckGo. How can you not find that? Disallow assignments that can lead to race conditions due to usage of await or yield. I see. The issue, I mean, I don't see how that would be an issue though, because this is an if-else statement. Curious, do the docs do an, oh yeah, there it is. So up top, it's disabling require automatic updates. Does it mention that anywhere? Yeah. So personally, I would put that right here. and then re-enable it. Just from like a code point of view, I want to know like why I'm disabling a particular ESLint rule. And then we can go back to what we were doing before. So just use result, and then we'll destructure result. Oh, there we go. Capital add user. That was a separate error, but this particular one is what it was complaining about. Yeah, again, I think this is okay because like we destructured result and we're still overriding result.data. I think it's okay because the docs made me to be consistent do say context.result.data. Oh well, okay. Let's keep moving. Yeah, typo. Everyone's telling me there's a typo. Cool. All right, Leighton, and hello Leighton, is saying dot then fixes it. So if we used dot then instead of async await, we would still be returning like a promise. I don't know, but this does it. Okay, so this is a custom hook called populate user, in which we call after any one of our service methods it's called. And what it will do is if a request was made to find a message, find messages, get a single message, create, update, patch, remove messages, this hook is going to put the user object onto that message. And this helps with like the front end so that for any given message, we can show the user's name and avatar and things like that. Cool. So I think we're good to go here. Let's keep on moving. Yeah, and this is a note on hooks versus extending services because you can see we did this in two different ways. So we have the hook here, which we just register as a hook in our messages service. But if you think back to earlier, we actually, instead of registering a hook, we overrode the create method of the service. Technically, this could probably be a before create hook. But this just showed two different ways of doing it. So let's see what the docs have to say. Yeah, so before we extended the service, but it also could be a hook if we wanted to. There are no explicit rules when to use a hook or when to extend a service, but here are some guidelines. So use a hook when the functionality can be used in more than one place. That makes sense. So you want to reuse something, make it a hook. Or if it's not a core responsibility of the service and the service can work without it. Yeah, that makes sense. Extend a service when the functionality is only needed in one place and the service could not function without it. Okay? Create your own custom service when multiple services are combined together, or the service does something other than talk to a database. Yeah, and so when you're first getting started with Feathers, using the pre-built adapters and services makes a whole lot of sense. So yeah, and you pretty much, like, I've built most of the Feathers apps I've built, I have not needed to create a custom service. I just use what's built in. But when you start getting to more complex scenarios where you need to combine data from multiple database tables or do some aggregating or generate reports, that's the scenario where you might actually create your own custom service that implements all of those methods that we talked about before. Okay, so that's it for hooks. Authentication and building the front end is next. I am going to take a break. I think someone just asked to take a break. Need to go brush your teeth? Are you about to go to bed? Yeah, but I'll do a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we are going to add GitHub OAuth to our authentication. And we're going to build a simple front end where you can actually interact with this. And hopefully I can deploy it and everyone will be able to use this chat app that I am building. So that'll be fun. So quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna take a stretch, drink some water. My throat's getting dry, but we will be right back. That was the wrong thing. Here you go. Hello again. Welcome back. At this point, we are ready to add GitHub auth to our app. So, oh, this is my invisible water. it's a blue cup. What? Okay. Cool. We have a fully functioning app. So here's an interesting thing about the guide so far. We actually haven't interacted with our services. We've done a lot of coding without actually calling our services, which is interesting. It all should just work because I think we coded it correctly, but we won't really know that until we start to hit it with Postman, which is what we're about to do. So, and also we're going to create a front end that communicates with the service. So right now we're just going to use Postman to interact with it. Bart says, are you willing to deviate from the example and implement another service? For example, Slack. I tried it and it does not seem to work the way it should. I guess what do you mean exactly? What do you mean by Slack? Let me know. I think I'm gonna go through the guide, and then afterwards I'm open to like trying different things that you all have suggestions for. Okay, so we need to run this with Postman. I'm gonna hide my screen real quick because I have a bunch of like random Postman windows open I need to close. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. What is that? Don't need that. What was I doing? Yeah, don't need that. Here's a Postman request looking for Alfredo pasta. I think it was a recipes API. Yeah, it was. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to go. Clear the history. Delete. I guess technically I could have created a new workspace. All right. Here we go. Oh, I guess I could have used curl too. Regardless. So if you're not familiar with Postman, it is a really cool tool for interacting with RESTful APIs or REST-based APIs, web-based APIs. You can specify the URL, what method you want to use, any custom params, custom headers. You can specify the body of your request. So this, for now, because we don't have a front end yet, this is what we're going to do to interact with our Feathers app that we've been building. So we want to create a new user, and so we're going to make a post request to /users. So let's do just that. So we'll have post. We need to do http://localhost 3030/users. So this is our user service. The body of the request we're going to send as JSON. So we're going to select raw and then application JSON. And then we give it an object which has an email. We give it my email. And a password, which is going to be hunter2. Cool. And if we make this request, we should get back the result. Let's see what happens. We haven't tested it yet. Go! It worked! Cool. And so this is the fruit of our labors. So the custom avatar hook that we did earlier, that automatically added it in. And so if we click it, we should see, well, that's going to, I don't want it to open in Postman. Will it show an image? Yeah. So it hashed our email in that. Remember that we overrode the create method of users. And so in that method, we hashed the user's email, created this Gravatar URL. That automatically got set up. And we can see in the created user that it came back with an ID. This was auto-generated by NeDB for this particular user. So that's great. Which means it worked successfully. Okay, so now that we've created a user, we actually need to log in. In this scenario, logging in means getting a JSON Web Token. The way JSON Web Token works is you log in, you get back a token, and now that token represents you as a user, and every subsequent request you send to the server, you send that token along so that the server knows who you are. So we're going to create a token, or essentially log in the user, by making a post request to /authentication. So we'll open a new tab. We'll do post http://authentication. And the body of the request is our user information that we're going to use to log in. And actually, it's exactly the same as when you're creating a user, because if you think about it, on the front end, we type in our email, we type in our password. When we click sign in, it sends that email and password to the server, which then validates it. If you're a valid user, it will give you back a JSON Web Token. Let's see if it says anything else. Yeah, one thing I'll mention real quick about /authentication is if we look in the authentication file, which got generated right here, we can see that it says app.use/authentication. So if you wanted to change this to be like /auth or something like that, you could do that here. Just note that you would also need to specify that in the Feathers client, which we haven't gotten to yet, but I'm going to leave it with the default /authentication. And this should give me back a token. Invalid authentication information, no strategy set. Cool. So I need to tell it that I'm doing local auth. So right here, I also need to specify the strategy. Local. Go. Yay! So we got ourselves an access token, and it also returned the user object. So now this token uniquely identifies me, this particular user. And now every subsequent request, I'm going to send this token along. And part of those, like the built-in JWT hook. So if we look, for example, at the messages hooks, it's doing authenticate JWT. What this hook does is it looks at the incoming request. It then validates this token, make sure it's a completely valid token and we're a real user, and then it goes on to the next request. So all of our subsequent requests are going to include that token, and all the hooks that are already set up are already ready to validate that kind of stuff. Cool. So we got it back. And then, as I mentioned, every subsequent request, we specify the authorization header. We'll say bearer, and then token comes after that. Cool. Yeah, when using Feathers on the client, the authentication client does all the authentication steps for us. Yeah, so this was somewhat of a manual process. We do have to make the post request. Now we get back the access token. We'll need to copy that, use it in our subsequent requests. But when you're using Feathers on the client, it does all of this for you. You just say feathers.login, and after that, it stores the token. And when you try to access a service on the client, it knows to send that token that already got created, which is pretty sweet. Okay, yeah, so this is telling us we're going to update our index.html so that we can actually attempt to do the login. We'll have some, now this is going to be a client-side JavaScript. Cool. Not going to do that just yet. Let's see if we have any new chat messages. Okay, Bart, yeah, just let me know. We can maybe do something afterwards. All right. Yeah, this is interesting that it's having us write front-end code before we get to the building a front-end section. I mean, we're almost at the end of the guide. No, we do have to implement OAuth. Let's go ahead and do it. I think for the sake of time and my voice, I'm just going to copy this example, but we can see it's bringing in the CSS files, it's bringing in moment, feathers, socket.io, and then our custom JavaScript. So we'll grab this. If we look at our Feathers app, let's minimize everything else, close everything else. There is this folder called public. This is where all of our static files go, and we're going to replace what's currently in here. So currently, if we go to, in the browser, localhost 3030, that's the default landing page, but we're going to replace that with this, which gives us a broken page. Probably because yeah, well, it couldn't find app I think we might need to add something else in here. I don't know. We'll keep going. Quick stretch. Hello, I speak English. Does the server make a request to Gravatar to get the avatar for each user? No, we set that up a little bit ago. But if you take a look at our users service class, we specified what should happen when a user gets created. And the way Gravatar works is it's just the MD5 hash of the user's email. So we actually don't have to reach out to Gravatar. We just hash their email, create a URL, and that gives us their avatar. But yeah, if we did want to reach out to a service to get to get a profile image or something like that, you technically could do that. You could actually do like a fetch or an axios.get right here, modify some things, and then ultimately create the user. Cool. Yep, we are going to now create some client-side JavaScript. Very similar to getting started, but this is actually going to allow our users to log in on the front end. So I won't copy and paste this one. Let's write it out. We'll go line by line. So we need a new app.js file, and this is in the public folder, so this is client-side JavaScript. This is going to be the stuff that's running inside of the browser. First thing is we create a connection to our socket server. I know this is going to complain because IO doesn't exist. We won't worry about it for now, but in our index.html, we're bringing in the socket.io library, which actually gives us access to this IO variable. So that's great. We'll create a client, and that's just equal to feathers. I mentioned it before, but now you can see it in action. When I'm using feathers on the client side, it works exactly the same way. Here I'm calling it client instead of app, but I'm just going to be able to do app.service, etc., app.configure. It all works the same way. So yeah, first thing we'll do is we'll set up the socket.io protocol for the client so that the client can communicate with the backend using sockets. So we'll say client.configure. We'll pass in feathers.socket.io, and we'll pass in that socket, I believe. So that gives us a socket connection to the backend server. We then configure our authentication to store the token, the JSON web token, in local storage. So here we'll say client.configure. Yeah, so we're going to do feathers.authentication. Just by itself, that will actually set up auth, but we do want to specify where it should store the token. Otherwise, it won't store the token, and the user will be logged out when the page is refreshed. So here we need to do storage is window.local storage. Great. And you know what I'm gonna do, just because it's bothering me, I'm gonna create an ESLint file that's specific to the client side, mainly because I want to add these global variables, and I don't want to modify this ESLint file, which is for the whole project and mainly for like my backend code. So I'm gonna do that really quick. So I'm gonna go into that public folder. We'll do npx eslint -- init. And I should be able to tell it that I can specify globals, and I can tell it that I'm running in the browser, so it'll recognize things like window. So we want to check syntax and find problems. We're not using require or import. We're not using React or Vue. We're not using TypeScript, and we are in a browser environment. JavaScript. Cool. So that created our ESLint file right here. And that should help. So now, let me close this and reopen it. Now, it's not complaining about window, which is good, but we do want to tell it that feathers and IO are global variables that do exist. So here we can say feathers, true, IO, true. I guess technically we could set them to read only, but what that does is it says, hey, these are global variables. ESLint, please don't complain about them not existing. And they are global variables because we brought in the script tags here. Cool. So, yeah, thanks, Ed. Soccer.io, it's socket.io, thanks. Okay. Now we're going to create a login method. Let's do it. And what does this login method do? We're first going to try to re-authenticate, and that is if we have an existing JSON Web Token. Otherwise, we will authenticate using, and right now they're just hard coding the username and password. But when we get to the front end, we're going to build a form where a user can type in their username and type in their password. So we'll do a try. Oh, not that. Try catch. Here we'll say, await feathers. Oh no, sorry, not feathers. Client.re-authenticate. And again, basically this will look at local storage. If there is a token, it'll authenticate us. But if there's not a token, then we actually need to log in the user. So for that, we're going to say await client.authenticate. Pass in our options. We should be good to go. So very similar to how we did it with Postman, we specify the strategy. It's going to be local. Our email is that. And again, we're hard coding this right now, but when we build the front end, this won't be hard coded. Cool. And then we'll create our main function. So this is just going to call login. Afterwards, the user will be authenticated. And then it's just going to immediately log us out. Weird. I think it's just showing us how we can do it on the front end. So we call our main function, but here we're going to await login. We'll just log user is authenticated. That's going to give us back, I think that's going to give us back the user object, but we should be able to log it. And then we're immediately going to log out. Cool. So now if we go here and we watch it happen in the console, cool, user is authenticated, and that gives us back that whole big object with the token, auth, user, all that good stuff. And if we look at application, the token should be gone because we just logged out, but let me comment that line of code out. Refresh the page, and now because I didn't log out the user, we can see that in local storage it has the feathers JSON web token. So that's cool. Hello, Ferruccio, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said that right. Ferruccio? Hello. Okay, let's keep moving. All right, the moment you've all been waiting for, or a lot of you. We're gonna add GitHub auth to it. So right now, we're just using local auth, which means users can sign up with a username and password and then log into our app. But what if you don't want your users to have to sign up? What if you just want to use OAuth with something like GitHub? We will do that right here. So you've seen this on a lot of websites. You see buttons that say log in with Facebook, log in with GitHub, log in with Google. This essentially uses a thing called OAuth, or the Open Authentication Standard, which is a way of allowing users to log into your site by verifying that they are valid users on some other site. And it's really common to do this with things like Google and GitHub because most everyone has an account. And so if you can provide that kind of login on your site, then users don't have to manage a whole nother password to log into your website. Cool. Yeah, so instead of authenticating with the local strategy, we're going to redirect them to the OAuth page where they can click allow. That's typically what happens. You say log in with GitHub, that redirects them to GitHub, and then the user has to confirm, yes, I want to allow this service to use my information. You can define what information you want to get access to. Cool. So we need a new OAuth application. I'm gonna hide my screen for like just a second. I don't know if I have any secret keys or anything like that that are gonna show up. So let's just do this. Okay, cool. So that's good enough for now. So when we go to this page, we get to register a new app. Let's call this Feathers Chat. Homepage URL. We're just gonna do localhost 3030. Application description. A chat app built with Feathers.js, capital F. And then the authorization callback URL. So this is specific to adding the GitHub auth here. But here we're going to do /OAuth/GitHub/callback. Now, if you're using any other of the OAuth providers, you will be able to specify what the callback URL is. Typically, it follows a pattern like this. Cool. We'll click register application. That's going to give us the client ID and the client's secret. And then we're going to need to add it to our configuration. So I want to do that. I don't really want to expose this client ID and secret. So I'm going to hide my screen. Before that, there is a question in the chat, though. Katoli is asking, isn't it better to store the token on a cookie so the app isn't vulnerable to cross-site scripting? Potentially, but there are issues with storing it on the cookie. There actually is a section of, maybe it's in the API, but there's a section of the docs that talk about why they use JSON Web Token and things you should be aware of. Because yes, if you're storing the token in local storage, if your site is vulnerable to cross-site scripting, that means a malicious user can somehow get client-side JavaScript to execute on the page in some malicious way. If your site is vulnerable to that, they could write malicious code that does things on behalf of the user. So I think there's somewhere in the Feathers guide, it talks about, let's see, security. Yes, security considerations. So yeah, the potential issue with cookies is you might actually be vulnerable to a CSRF attack, which is a cross-site request forgery attack, where a request is made from a malicious actor gets the user to somehow make a request to your server, and because it's using cookies, those cookies are automatically sent. There are ways to avoid it. You have to use like CSRF tokens. But that's a potential risk of cookies. So like they both have their drawbacks. You just have to be diligent in what you do and make sure that you are preventing cross-site scripting attacks, which they have on their guide here. So check that out. Yeah, and so Ed mentions it. It's like one or two things. Do you want to be potentially vulnerable to CSRF, or do you want to be potentially vulnerable to a cross-site scripting attack? It's trade-offs, but there are things you can do to prevent those things from even happening altogether. It's really just up to you. And I believe you can specify to store the thing in the cookie instead, but we're going to keep it with local storage. Okay, so when I click that create button, I'm going to get a client ID and secret, and then we can update our config default JSON. Let's go ahead and take a look in there. So if I look at config default, authentication. So this wants me to add an OAuth property, and it has these options on it. So let's do that. So right below here, I'm going to add OAuth. I'm going to create my client ID and secret, and then I'm going to put them right here. So that way we'll be able to auth with GitHub. So I'm going to hide my screen for a second. Cool. Actually, let me hide my screen again. So I put that in the config JSON, I closed it. I'm going to try not to open it now because it has my secret key in it. But that is now configured, so I should be able to add Google OAuth now. Cool. Quick stretch. Ooh. Oh, and I missed a comment from a Speak English who says OAuth makes it easier for Facebook and Google to track you across websites. That's absolutely true. Like whenever you use OAuth to log into some other website, that other website would have had to have registered the OAuth application. So now Google knows that you visit that particular website. And then potentially part of the OAuth flow, Facebook and Google are dropping little extra cookies on that website. So now they know that you're on that website. So yes, there are inherent risks to all of these things. But we what's the word? Not compromise. Yeah, we make compromises. And in this case, it's for the ease of the end user so that they can log in. Now making it easier on them, potentially they can be tracked more, but again. Oh, good call. Thank you, Bart. I said Google OAuth. I meant GitHub OAuth. I do that a lot. Like I'll say a word, but I meant some other word. What was I saying? Yeah, so like in some of the videos I recorded yesterday, I said one word, but I meant another word. I'm actually going to redo those videos just so there aren't like glaring errors like that. But please call it out if I say the wrong thing. Okay. So this tells the OAuth strategy to redirect back to our index page after a successful login. So basically, after the user has logged in, we direct them back to /, and now they will be logged into that particular application. Cool. Yeah, and so we're going to need to do some customization. So when a user either signs up or logs in with GitHub, we need to customize the service so that it actually grabs the email from that GitHub OAuth flow, because they're not signing up, they're not sending us our email. But particularly with OAuth, I can specify and say, like, I want access to the user's email. If they allow it, I'm going to get the email, and that's what I'll actually use in my database. Cool. So in this case, we are going to extend the existing OAuth strategy. Cool. So let's take a look at our authentication.js. It looks like we're bringing in express OAuth, but we also need to bring in OAuth strategy so that way we can override it. And really all this is going to do is when we do the login with GitHub, it's going to grab their email from their GitHub profile information. So easy enough. But let's bring in OAuth strategy. We're going to create I think it's a class. Yes, it's a class. We'll call it GitHub strategy. It's going to extend the OAuth strategy. And we're going to particularly override the get entity data function. So we call super.getEntityData, which is going to call the built-in get entity data of OAuth strategy. But then the little bit of extra thing we're going to do is add the email to the user object. So that way, in the create user hook that we not the hook, but the actual method that we overrode earlier, it needs the email so that it can create the Gravatar Gravatar URL. I'm losing it. I'm spacing out. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, but we're in the home stretch. So awesome. So we created the GitHub strategy. Now it's just a matter of registering that strategy. So right below local, we'll say authentication.register GitHub. We'll say new GitHub strategy, just like so. And this actually shows you how easy this is to add an OAuth strategy. Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to add Google, it probably would just be a matter of adding some more options in our config for our Google client ID and secret. We would create or extend the strategy here for Google and just register it. So should be good. Okay, when we set up the authentication client in the browser, it also is. It can also handle OAuth logins. To log in with GitHub, visit your Feathers server /OAuth/GitHub. That's going to redirect us. It'll ask us to log in. Let's just see what happens. So if I go here, it redirects us. So I created Feathers chat. You can see the actual user that is what do you call it? Has created this GitHub application. In this scenario, I created the GitHub application, so you actually see my face, and I can authorize it. I'm not going to do this just yet because somewhere in here we will need to specify scopes for login, and specifically tell it that we want to access their email. So not going to do that just yet, but we'll do it whenever we build the front end. Awesome. And yeah, we have a wonderful API. Our API, people can sign up, they can log in with GitHub if they want to. Super easy. What else? Yeah, Denko is saying every SDK does the same thing anyway. I think we're talking about authentication and storing it in the JSON Web Token. Oh, I see. So Bart asked a question earlier about adding another type of OAuth, and you can add Slack OAuth. So if we look back at that Grant package, which is what this is using under the hood, it supports all of these different things, GitHub being one of them, and then Slack. Where's Slack? Alphabet. Slack. Slack is another one. And so just like we added login with GitHub, we could add login with Slack to our website. But the issue that they are having is they need to add the scope. Okay, I see. So they created a Slack strategy. It extends OAuth, but it can do a lot more things. I think that there should be a way to specify scopes somewhere. Let's look at their API docs. So if you look at authentication, OAuth, let's see, is scope mentioned anywhere in here? It's not. I would think that it gets specified in this configuration here. And I guess in particular, let's look for scope on Grant. So configuration scopes. Okay. I think what that means is like this object, the object that we created in our config file is actually what's being read in by Grant, I think under the hood. So if we specified a scope property there, it should pick that up. So if you look back to earlier, this. So in the config file, underneath Slack, try adding a scope property, which can be an array of scopes that you're attempting to request. And that should add them. Let's actually see. So if I'm going to end up showing my my client ID in secret. I'm going to hide my screen for a second. But what I'm going to do is in that config file, I am going to add a scope underneath GitHub, which is going to be an array. And then I need to find the GitHub scope for the user's email. Hide that for a second. I'll show you my screen while I search for it. GitHub OAuth scopes. Particularly, I want access to their email. Yeah, so Grants read-write access to the profile info only. Note that this scope includes user email and user follow. So I really only want the user's email. So I would take this and put that in my configuration. I'm going to hide my screen again, but hopefully I'll be able to show it without showing my client ID in secret. Okay. Just don't scroll. But this is my config file. Believe me when I say above line 15 is my client ID in secret, but right here I'm saying the scope I want is user email. So that should give me access to the user's email. Now, if I go to localhost 3030/auth OAuth/GitHub, now on this screen, notice how this screen updated, it says email addresses. Read only. So before it just said your public profile data, but because I added that scope, that gave me access to that. So that should be how it works with Slack. If you look up the list of Slack scopes, add that in your config file. Maybe that'll do it. Flash Player will be replaced by JavaScript and WebAssembly in 2020. Let's see. Dinko is asking, does Feathers have something for linking multiple accounts, or do I have to do it manually? It should be, because we're using email, that will be what it links the users by. So we'll actually see this in action. Let's close this. If I look at the database data that has been inserted so far, I'm gonna look at users. Here is the user that I signed up using local auth, right? So so this is when I sent the request through Postman, that got inserted here. So when I attempt to do GitHub OAuth, will it insert a new user? Maybe not. I don't know. Honestly, let's try it really quick. I'm gonna click authorize. Cool. I got an error message. Let's see what it says. Well, the error is cannot insert key. Oh, because it violates the unique constraint. So I actually might need to handle that myself. I don't know how easy it will be to do. But let's say decode URI component. This error message. Can't insert key CJ at null.computer. It violates the unique constraint. So I might actually need to, I don't know if this is built in, but for my OAuth provider, if I'm logging in with GitHub and there's already an existing user, just like update their information and allow them to log in as that given user. We may have to do that. And I think I've done that in the past. It's just been a while since I've done that. Andrea is asking, does WebAssembly completely replace Flash Player? I would argue that not WebAssembly, but just the modern web platform, HTML5, CSS3, modern JavaScript, that is what has replaced Adobe Flash Player, because you can get really rich experiences in the browser without needing an external plugin, just using the stuff that's built in. WebAssembly is a way of writing much more low-level code that will be very performant and run inside of the browser. And that's great and all, but you yourself as a JavaScript developer probably won't be writing much WebAssembly. You will write in a higher level language, and there will potentially be a compiler or a transpile to turn that into WebAssembly. There are WebAssembly compilers for C, so like you could write C code, compile it to WebAssembly, and then you actually have code that runs inside the browser. Do the same thing with Rust and other lower level languages. But it might also be a way of like writing a React app, and then you compile your React app down to WebAssembly, and now it potentially becomes like very performant. But you would really never write WebAssembly directly. It's definitely way lower level. Bart is saying, if you do exactly the same thing for Slack, it does not automatically work because it returns Slack ID undefined when calling super.getEntityData. I have to manually map profile.userid. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. So in terms of your OAuth provider, here, you might actually return, you might have to do, if you want to do Slack ID, that will need to be like profile dot user ID. And that's because, let's take a quick stretch. The way that the Slack API works, when it gives you back the profile, it doesn't have a property called Slack ID. It has a property called user ID. So you would need to do that right here to get that custom info. In our case, the GitHub API actually returns a property called GitHub ID. So in our create method, when we access the GitHub ID right here, that's actually coming from the login with the OAuth flow with GitHub. It's giving us that GitHub ID. Bart says, it does. Read the chat. I did specify them. Okay, I probably didn't understand your chat. I'm sorry. The problem is that super.getEntityData does not by default work like it does for GitHub because that function looks for .sub or .id, not .userid. I see. So you have to do a little bit of custom coding. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, before you call it, you might actually say profile.id equals user ID, and that might fix it. I don't know. Eddie is asking, how can you do this so long and not get a headache? This is fun for me. I like it. I'm probably going to end soon. I want to build the front end, and I do want to deploy, so I'll probably be streaming for another at least 30 or 45 minutes, but I do need to take a break. Okay, I'm super curious how to handle multiple user accounts because this is the thing that we ran into. I signed up with localauth using this email, and now if I try to log in with GitHub, it doesn't handle it. So I potentially need something in create that if it detects if it detects that there's already a user with this email, then update them rather than creating them. See you later, Katoli. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for modding. Let's just search the web. Feathers.js, multiple OAuth, same email. Feathers authentication management. That's great. It's from Feathers Plus. Mixed auth endpoints. Okay, so we have anonymous authentication. Oh, I think this is a recipe from the old docs that doesn't exist yet. Let's look at the cached version. We have auth. We have other things. Let's see. Yeah, Killer King is asking what's my favorite language. I do prefer JavaScript. I wrote C# for like over 3.5 years. I initially learned programming with Java, but JavaScript is definitely my favorite language. Okay. Bart is saying it has it here in the docs. Okay, I don't think you can share a link, but I'll try to find it. I wonder if it tells me. Let's look at API. OAuth. Yeah, the default grant configuration. Cool. Path. Callback. Account linking. Here we go. To link an existing user, the current access token can be added to the OAuth. Added to. Here's another typo. Somebody fix it in the docs. Yeah, I found it. Thanks, Bart. Account linking. Okay, so to link an existing user, the access token can be added to the OAuth flow using the feathers token query parameter. Interesting. This will use the user entity of that access token to link the OAuth account to. Okay, but what if they're not logged in? Interesting. So apparently I can't do it directly. So I mean, if I did this, but I would need to get my access token. Let's do it. We're gonna do it totally manually, but okay, here's our page. I believe we're logged in because we didn't set log out. Ah. Oh, I can't. I need an iffy that has an async function in it. Not app, client. Here we go. Oh, it's just our JSON web token. So what I can do now is when I go to localhost 3030/OAuth/GitHub, I can pass in, where was it? Feathers token, pass in my token. And that should link that GitHub user to my existing user. So that does it. Yeah. Danko was saying Chrome has top level await. It didn't seem to work. Oh. Oh, awesome. Actually, I want to do that again because it does have, I haven't seen that yet. When did it get top level await? It was because app doesn't exist, so I should just do client right here. And then I have access. Whoa! Top level await. Let's look at can I use. Async functions. That's not listed here. Well, that's awesome. I did not know it supported that. Thanks, Danko. I think it was Andre is asking, can I use WebAssembly to emulate Adobe Flash Player? Maybe. I haven't thought about that, but possibly. So Adobe Flash Player creates I think it's SWF files, and you could potentially write JavaScript code or WebAssembly, like that is essentially WebAssembly code that can interpret that SWF binary to actually show the stuff on the page. I don't know if that's possible. It's an interesting thought. Yeah, allow the await keyword at the top at the module level. I wonder. Yeah, it is a. Let's see. It's a TC39 proposal. It is currently stage 3. Okay, so it's going to be making it to most browsers pretty soon. Dope. That's awesome. Okay, let's keep going. So we have GitHub OAuth. I think one thing I'll do right now, I'll hide my screen, but I'm going to revoke the authorization that I gave to that GitHub app. So when we're building the front end, we'll see that full flow again. Yes. Let's go to settings. We'll go to applications. Authorize GitHub apps. I'll sign in. I know you can't see my screen, but. And then I will. No, authorized OAuth apps. You should probably you should do this if you haven't done this before. But if you go to GitHub, go to your settings page, click on applications, click on authorized OAuth apps. You can see all of the things that you've logged into GitHub with before and go in and revoke some of them if you don't use that service anymore. But particularly, I'm just going to revoke the one that I just created so that when I'm testing it later on, we'll see that initial screen that asks me to request access. Otherwise, we wouldn't see it. It would just instantly work because I've already authorized it before. Sweet. Bart fixed the typo in the docs. Yeah, let's check out your pull request. GitHub, feathers, docs. Whoa, so many pull requests. Here we go. Update examples to use destructured variables. Yeah, so this is the one we mentioned earlier. That's great. Thanks for your contribution. And what did we update in OAuth? Oh yeah, there's a simple typo added to. Cool. Thanks, Bart. And did you fix the same typo, Barond? They submitted it with within 30 seconds of each other. Yeah, so one of them will get accepted. Cool, but open source! Yay, open source! That's awesome. Okay, now we get to build a front end. I'm going to take another quick break, and then we'll build the front end, and then I'll be done streaming for today. But I'm going to come back tomorrow, do it all over again, but with less ums and ahs and looking at the docs. We're just going to build it so someone can sit down, watch a video, and just learn the thing. We'll do that tomorrow, but yeah, okay. Quick break. I'll be back. We'll build a front end, and then I'll deploy it, and we can all chat with each other. I realize we're already chatting with each other, but it'll be fun to chat on this thing that we're building. Okay, back soon. I'm back. There's a message from Bart. It says, so he's trying to implement this with Slack OAuth instead of GitHub OAuth. But what he's saying is when you do the authorization through Slack, it actually always prompts the user to authorize rather than just allow you to go through, which is what GitHub will do because it knows that you've already authorized the user, so it doesn't prompt them again. Interesting. Oh, and then you're running into an issue where you actually get a new user in your database with the same Slack ID. Ooh, tricky. Yeah, that's tricky. I don't know if I'll be able to debug that on this stream, but if you're not already, you can join the Feathers Slack. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it should technically work the same way. But if you're not there, check out slack.feathersjs.com. You can then join the Slack channel. They have a help channel in there, so you can see if anybody has had a similar issue trying to get Slack OAuth working. It might potentially be a grant issue, so you might look at... I know we were looking at that earlier, but check out the documentation for grant. See if anybody has written about configuring grant with Slack. That might help you out. Okay, we've been going at it for almost 4 hours now. Oh, Baran, I thought the stream ended and I was on a different tab. Sorry, I was on a break. I'm back. We're gonna build the front end. We're gonna try to do this as fast as possible while still explaining things. We're not gonna do it as fast as possible. I'm gonna do the thing where I explain. You're gonna ask questions. I'm gonna answer them. We'll be here for probably like another hour, but that's okay because we're having fun. Cool. Yeah, Feathers works great in the browser. We are going to build this application. It's going to be so much fun. So, I mean, we have the backend already. We have auth, we have messages service, user service. It's all great. Now we're going to build a front end where we can have real-time chat with all the users that are on the page. Cool. And yeah, we're not using a front-end framework. We're just using vanilla JavaScript. So we did update the index.html to include all of this. Let's just double check that there's nothing extra. Yeah, so we have div id app, class is flex. Let's look at our in public index.html. It looks about the same. I'm just going to copy and paste it for good measure in case we're missing anything. Yeah, it's all the same. Cool. So we get the predefined CSS. So this is just so our app will look like this and we don't have to write custom CSS. So that's done for us. Bringing in moment to format dates, Feathers client library, socket.io to do real time, and then we have our custom code in app.js. Awesome. Okay, so we've actually configured a little bit of this already in our app.js. So in our client side app.js, let's take a look. So we're creating an instance of IO, which is sockets. We're creating a Feathers app, configuring that Feathers app to use both to use socket.io. Technically, we could configure it to use REST, but we're not. And then we're configuring authentication. Cool. This might be a typo. The example right here does not include the object with the local storage function there, or the local storage object. So somebody might make a pull request there. Basically, this should match what it had earlier in the guide with the object. So do that. Missing authentication config. And if we look earlier, it was specified right here. Can't really link to this line of code. So someone open a pull request, fix that in the docs. You might also, like, maybe they left it out for a reason. I don't think so because the comment is here, the code isn't there. So it's just missing. So let's be sure to do that. Let's see. So we're going to create the HTML. We have the add user, add message, login. Cool. The reason I'm going ahead is I want to make sure I'm going to delete the extra code that we have right now. So we'll rewrite it later, but this login and this main, we don't need that. We were just doing that as an example. But for now, this is our client-side code. Cool. Let's keep moving. So next, we have to define some static and dynamic HTML that we can insert into the page when we want to show the login page, which also doubles as the sign-up page. So we have this variable called login HTML. And there's quite a bit going on here, but we have a container, we have a row. That CSS that we brought in has like a grid system, so we can use all of these classes. We have a button, which is login or sign up. We have a form where the user can sign up. And then we also have a button that says login with GitHub. So they can log in using a username and password, or they can log in using GitHub. So that's great. We'll just copy and paste that. Right there. Cool. So that's our login page. And then this is the chat page. So that in particular is this screen that we're looking at here. You have the users on the left-hand side and then the chat messages on the right-hand side. So this gives us a main container. We have the header, which looks like that. It's just the feathers logo. We have the left side, which shows how many users are online. We have this unordered list called the user list, and this is where we're going to append all of the users that are currently logged in and on the page. We have our sign out button. And then at the bottom, we have the form where you can submit the message. So I'm not going to type all of this out manually. When I do create the tutorial, I think I will type it out manually. But for now, we'll just copy and paste it. It is quite a bit of code, so that's great. And we'll code this by hand so we can talk about what it's doing one by one. So we have this function add user. So anytime a user joins the server or gets to or logs in, we want to list them on the left-hand side so we can show all of the currently logged in users. So we'll create that function here. So we get access to the user. We're going to grab that user list. Remember, it's in here, right there. So we're going to get access to that. So that way we can append users to it. So we'll do that. Awesome. And then if the user list exists, we are going to append a user object to it. So it potentially could not exist if we're showing the login page, which is why we want to check and make sure that it actually exists on the page. So we're just going to insert some HTML. I actually don't like that we're adding inner HTML here because that is potentially a cross-site scripting vulnerability. So I'll leave it for now, but I'm going to test it. And if it is vulnerable to cross-site scripting, we're going to do this manually, or like create the elements manually. So we have this nice little list item, which has the user's avatar and the user's name or the user's email, which is awesome. And then there's that item on the page, which is the number of users. So we update that to be the current count of the number of users. Great. Yeah, Andrea is saying, is Adobe Flash Player less secure than JavaScript and WebAssembly? Adobe Flash Player is just not really that popular or used anymore. It's not that it's less secure, it's that it was potentially another attack vector that people could use because you have the Flash Player embedded on your website that's outside the security context of the browser. So there's that. Whereas with JavaScript, you're limited to the security context of the browser, and that has a lot of limitations already. So there's that. Okay, so that will add a new user when they get added to our server. That's great. This next thing is going to add a message to the page. So anytime we receive a message, we're going to call this function. It's going to, oh, I see. So this is how we're preventing cross-site scripting. When we actually add the message to the page, we're replacing any HTML characters to prevent someone from sending a message that is like a script tag with some malicious code inside of it, because this will make it so that it just looks like it, but it won't actually execute. So that's good. Okay, so let's write this function. It's going to give us the message, and then we need to add it to the page. Yeah, so we grab the user from the message. This is using destructuring with default parameters. So if there was no user on the message, which could be the case if we've created users, I mean, if we created messages without populating the user field, it's just going to be an empty object. We're going to grab that element on the page that is the chat. We're going to construct or basically sanitize our text that's coming back. So if they submitted a message that does have some malicious things in it, like a script tag, this is going to fix that before we add it to the page. So that's good. And then if there is a chat element on the page, meaning like the login isn't showing, we're going to append it to the chat section. And again, we're just adding the inner HTML here. So we've got the user's image and email, and then a little element that's going to have the message inside of it. So it's going to have the their email. It'll have a nice little timestamp of when this message was created. So you can see here we're using moment. We brought moment into the HTML right there. So we're using moment to format the date. One thing I'll do is in my ESLint, I'll add moment as another global. So that'll stop complaining. And then whenever a new message gets added, we scroll to the bottom of the list. So as messages are flying in, the scroll stays in line with that. Cool. So these are two super basic functions. Basically, it'll add any new user to the left-hand side and any new message to the right-hand side. Simple enough. So these functions are going to be used in our real-time event. So we're going to tap into the real-time event of a user getting added to the system and tap into the real-time event of a message being created. And when that happens, we're going to call these functions, which will automatically add them to the page. Awesome. Okay, now we need some code which decides which of those pages to display. So we had these two HTML blocks here. We have login HTML, which is just a page to display the login. And we have chat HTML, which is the actual chat page. And we're basically just going to use some JavaScript to determine which of those two things we should show. We're basically doing kind of like client-side routing in a way. We're either showing the login page or showing the chat page. Okay. So let's create a function called showLogin. And yeah, so this takes in an error. So if there was an error in logging in, we actually will display that on the login page. So that's cool. So if we query for the login page, so like if the login page does exist and there is an error, meaning we're already showing the login page, this line of code here is just going to add the error so that the user can actually see that error. Otherwise, if it's not showing, we are going to just replace the entire app with our login HTML. So if we were on the chat page, it'll show the login page. Easy enough. Cool. And then we show the chat page. So let's take a quick stretch. Whew. So we need we need a function called show chat. This is an async function. And now this will actually start using our Feathers client to actually make a request to the backend. So the first thing is we just set the inner HTML to be the chat HTML. Easy enough. And then because we basically just replaced the login page with the chat page, we want to grab all of the messages from the server and add those to the page so you can see the latest messages. And in this case, we're only grabbing the last 25 messages. So this is the query syntax that I was talking about earlier, and this is automatically supported by the NeedDB Feathers service, where we're telling it we only want to grab 25 of the most recent methods, of the most recent messages, sorting them in reverse order by created at. So most recent, 25 most recent. So we'll create a variable called messages, and that's going to be await client.service with messages. So we're getting access to the messages service, and we'll do .find, and then we'll need to pass in those options. So we pass in the query, and then we'll say sort is going to be created at and in reverse. So this will sort by the created field in reverse order. And then we're going to limit 25. So only show the 25 most recent messages. Awesome. So this is going to do a query to get the 25 most recent messages, and then we need to add them to the page. So we're going to show the newest message last. So we're going to reverse that data that we just got back. So we'll do messages.data.reverse. And then we're going to map over it. And for each message, we call the add message function, which is going to add it to the page. So reverse it. For each add message. And that should do it. That's going to add them to the page. And then we need to do the exact same thing with the users. So any users that are on our system, we're going to add them on the left-hand side. So we'll say users is going to be await client.service users.find. And we don't pass in anything, and that's just going to give us all the users in our database. And then we need to do the same thing, iterate over them and add them to the left-hand side. So we'll say users.data.forEach add user. So whenever we show the chat page, add all of the most recent messages and add all of the users in our system. Great. All right, now we got to set up login and sign up. So we need a function to get the user's credentials. And essentially, if they typed in their email and they typed in their password, this function is going to grab those things from the form and put them in a nice little user object. So let's do that. Get credentials. And right here, we're going to grab the element that has the name email, get its value, so this is whatever the user typed in. Grab the element that has the name password, get its value, so it's whatever the user typed in, and we create a nice little object with their email and password. And we're going to use this later for the local authentication. Cool. And then this is that login method, so we'll create a login method. Yeah, it is async. We're going to pass in the credentials to this function. Not get credentials. Credentials. So we get access to the credentials, and now we're going to attempt to log them in. So if we passed in credentials, we'll attempt to do it. And let's see. No, okay, so first of all, let's wrap it all in a try-catch. Try. And if there are no credentials, we're going to attempt to do the re-authenticate. So So we'll await client.reauthenticate. And remember that just attempts to re-authenticate the user using the existing token that's already stored inside the browser. Cool. Otherwise, we will attempt to log them in. So we'll do else client.authenticate. We pass in that object, so the strategy is going to be local. And then we need to pass in the email and the password, and that's in this credentials object, so we'll just spread it. So spread credentials. Awesome. And essentially, if that was successful, it would not have thrown an error, and then we can just show the chat page. Boom. But if either of these two things throws an error, or they didn't provide credentials for some reason, then we're going to get an error, and that's where we'll show the error page. So we do show login with error. And remember, that shows the login page. If there's an error specified, it sets the error message so that the user can see it. Awesome. Okay, so we've got adding messages. We've got adding users. We can show the chat page. We have allowing users to log in. The last bit here is to listen for those real-time messages. So actually, I'm not going to do that just yet. Let's just try it. We've been writing a lot of code, and we haven't tested it yet. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Here we are. Nothing happened. Oh, I guess we don't technically have a main method yet, so I need to actually call, let's see. We're gonna move forward a little bit in their docs. So there's the event listeners. Call login right away. So we can show the chat window if the user can already be authenticated. Okay, never mind. We can't test it just yet because we need to add event listeners to all the buttons on the page. Actually, I do want to see it though. Let's see. So our login method, if there are no credentials, we'll get an error and it'll show the login page. Let's see what happens. It worked. Well, and that's because we already have that, what do you call it? The token stored in local storage, right? So by default, that's already there. But if I get rid of it and refresh the page, we should see the login page. Awesome. Okay, at least that's working. Now we just need to set up the event listeners for these different buttons. Though technically, this button should log us in with GitHub. So if I click it, we will then authorize it. It takes us back to our app, and we're logged in. That's awesome. Okay. I do want to sign out. That button's not hooked up. All right, let's get the buttons hooked up, and we're in the home stretch. We're almost there. Okay. Yeah, we're creating a nice little helper function here called add event listener. So typically, if you want to add an event listener with vanilla JavaScript, you do like element.add event listener, and you pass it a function. This is a nice little helper function where you give it the selector, the event you're listening for, and the handler, and it automatically adds it for you. So that's nice. And now we can use that helper function to easily add event listeners to things. So this one is going to add an event listener to the sign up button. So when the user clicks the sign up button, we're going to grab the username and password from the form, which is what we did in that get credentials function. We're going to call the Feathers service to create that particular user. And then after we've created the user, we will log them in. So here we're just accessing the client-side Feathers service. When we call create, that's going to communicate with the backend to attempt to create the user. And then when we call login, that's going to call this function, which will call authenticate with their credentials, which should give us back a JSON Web Token. Awesome. Next thing is we'll set up the login button. So that one, when you click it, Again, it's going to get their credentials, and then we'll just attempt to log in with that user. So you can either sign up or log in with a given user. Cool. Here we can set up that log out button, where when you click it, it calls client.logout. So that's built into the Feathers library, and it logs out the user. And then we show the login page. Instead of replacing the inner HTML here, I think I might actually want to call show login. Don't we have a function called show login? Yeah, I think I'm going to do that here. So instead of duplicating that code, I'm just going to call show login. And I'll leave myself a note. Potentially update the docs. Cool. Okay, and this is how we actually send a message. So this particular function will listen for whenever the form where a user can type to send a message is submitted. So when submit is called on the send message element, we're going to grab the text that the user typed. So this is grabbing that element. We're going to prevent the default action so the page doesn't refresh. And then we just call the service to create that message. And so this is going to communicate with the backend. It's going to send the text that the user typed in, and then it will, after it's done creating it, it will clear out the input. And now we don't have to add it to the page here because we're going to have an event listener that listens for when new messages get added. So we'll do that right here, and it's super simple. So we just say client.service messages. When there is a created event, so when a new message has been created, call the add message function. And that's the function we wrote above, which is just going to add it to the page. Easy enough. And same thing, whenever a user is created, we're going to call that add user function, which will just add them to the left-hand side. Cool. And lastly, we just call login. So this should do it. One thing I'm going to do is so I'm going to kill the Feathers app real quick and just get rid of all of the users that are in here. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these two users. So that way I'll need to sign up and sign in again. And we currently have no messages in that database, so that's great. Let's restart the Feathers app. Here we go. Moment of truth. Okay, so when I hit the page, it shows me login because I'm not currently logged in. That's great. Let's sign up. So the email I'll use is I think this is public anyways, but this is my Gmail. Password. We're gonna do sign up and log in. Not found. Index.js line 114. Let's see what happened. Oh wait, that's a server-side error. No record found for ID. Oh, I see. My token is still here. So I believe this was the token that I was logged in with it a second ago, and then I deleted them from the database so they didn't exist. Okay, so we shouldn't run into that. Let's try again. Cool. Building, lots of chat. Okay, we'll catch up in a second, but this is about to work, and then I can deploy it, and then we can all chat with each other. Sign up and log in. There we go. Okay, so I'm signed in as this user, and if I send a message, hello world, there it is. Awesome. And then actually, let me open up an incognito window. Well, no, that won't work because I want to log in with GitHub. Okay, I'm going to sign out. I'm now going to log in with GitHub, which is a separate user with a different email. Okay, now I'm logged in as this user, and it says, I'll say, hello world. There we go. It's working. Ah! Awesome. Let's take a look back at the guide. Yeah, we talked about all that. All right, I'm going to deploy this thing. I'm going to put it on Heroku, and so once I put it out there in the world, we should all be able to chat with each other. And there are roughly 30 people watching, so hopefully some of you will be able to check it out. Let's take a quick stretch. Whew. And before we deploy it, let's catch up on the chat. Kacholi says, I'm back. How's it going? It's working. I did copy and paste a lot of the code, but that's really just in the because of time. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Hello, Begon. Welcome to the stream. Yes. Eddie's asking, with all this dinner talk, I wonder if I've had lunch. I have not. I ate a hash brown from McDonald's at, I want to say around 9 a.m. And that's all I've eaten today. So I'm going to go eat after this. Okay. Yeah, so Bart was having the issues with Slack OAuth earlier. And he says he was able to use it with Passport. I really think it could be something to do with Grant and Slack, the Slack OAuth, not necessarily Feathers. But yeah. Begon is saying Control P and @ to show functions. What? Oh, for me, I guess, is it Command P? Oh. that was earlier when I was scrolling through to look for that function. The other thing, you can actually look at the outline here, and this actually does show you all the functions too. So I could have done that. I could have went down here and said show login, which we'll go to it. Cool. Kacholi is saying it looks like meower.now.sh. It's not that different. Baran is saying, so the user side shows all of the users instead of just the logged in users. Yes. Technically, we could update this to be only the users that are on the web page right now. So like the ones that have a socket connection. But for now, this just lists all of the users in the DB. Cool. See you later, Flying Lolly. Have a good day. Okay, let's put this on the internet. I'm going to hide my screen for a second. I'm going to log into Heroku. We're going to deploy it. I will mention the reason I'm deploying this to Heroku and not now is because we want that real-time aspect. We want to be able to use sockets. And now.sh, with the latest version, is serverless functions. And because we want real-time, we need a server that's going to stay up and running all the time. I have to reset my password. I haven't logged into Heroku in a very long time. Yep. Here we go, resetting my password. All right, we're gonna log in now. All right, we're in. Now I need to log in from the terminal. Do I have Heroku installed? Heroku update is available. Press any key to open it in the browser. Oh, okay. I need to make sure that there's nothing weird in here. Kind of. I'm not going to show my screen just yet, but basically go to the Heroku website, look up their CLI tool. You'll need to install it, type Heroku login, and then you'll be at the point that I'm about to show. So I'm logging into the Heroku CLI. There we go. So, gonna create a new app. I will show my screen now. So we're on Heroku. The app name is going to be Coding Garden Feathers Chat. Create the app. Awesome. And so my folder is not yet a Git repository, so I'm going to need to git init it. But if we do an ls-a, we have a git ignore file, so that was generated by the Feathers app. That should be ignoring node modules and all that other good stuff. So I'm just going to do a git init, and then let's add everything. And so the way Heroku deployment works is off of your Git commits. So in order for me to deploy this app, I need to make sure that everything is committed and it's all the latest. So if I do a git status, there's no pending changes. If I do a git log, we have that initial commit. And now I can run this command, which adds a git remote. So if I do that, great. And now if I do git remote -v, we can see that we have this Heroku remote, which points to a Git repo on Heroku. And that's essentially how Heroku deployment works. It just pushes to a Git repo, and then it'll be updated. Cool. So we have that. Let's deploy git push Heroku master. If this works on the first try, that would be great. Interesting. We're talking about fast Fourier transforms? Cool. I think that, yeah, that's going to be our app once it's working. Yay! All right, let's try it. I'm going to log in with GitHub. Oh no! Oh no! Missing session or misconfigured provider. You know what? Oh! I know why. So I actually need to update my GitHub OAuth so that this is a valid origin, because before I set the origin to be localhost 3030, and I need that to be this, my newly deployed app. So if you give me just a second, I'll update my GitHub configuration. Yeah, Bart caught it. Auth redirects to localhost. Oh, I also need to update. Yeah, okay. There's a couple of things that I need to update. So in terms of my, where is it? Don't go to it just yet. It's kind of broken. I think I need to, in my configuration, specify the host. So I'll do that. So you can see here, I'm in the config folder, production.json, and I'm going to put that here. So that's great. I'm going to hide my screen for another second. And then let's make sure there's nothing else I need to update in the config. Yeah, I am actually going to update the audience to be the Heroku domain. So that's great. I'll hide my screen for another second. Yeah, so that should fix it there. And I think I still need to update my GitHub OAuth app to allow it to have the callback that is that particular web page. Cool. Where are we? It's not installed apps. Developer settings? OAuth apps. Okay, here are all the apps that I've created. I need to go into Feathers chat and add a new authorization callback URL. Potentially what you would do here is you might actually create two GitHub OAuth applications, one that you can use on localhost and then one that you can use in production. Right now I'm just going to leave it with one, and I'm updating the URLs. Actually, I can show this. So on the OAuth application page, I'm changing my homepage URL, and I'm changing the authorization callback to be the actual deployed URL. So I'll update this. Great. And then I need to redeploy because I updated my configuration. So because I have things that haven't been committed yet, I need to add them all. Then we're going to commit. Prepare for deploy. And then I can do git push Heroku master. It's happening. It's happening. It's interesting that it didn't use the previously cached. Yeah. Bart is saying the connection string is only if you have a separate client repo. Okay. Here we go. Refresh. Refresh. Log in with GitHub. It's trying. Spinning? Is someone DDoSing my server? Like, are you guys already hitting it? Yeah, the one thing I'll mention about this, though, is because we're using NeDB, it's a file-based database. Meaning, any changes are written to that file, and if that file ever goes away or disappears, my whole database is gone. And the way Heroku works is sometimes your app will go to sleep, or if you ever rebuild your app, it's a whole new set. And so if I do that, I'm going to lose my entire database. So this is fun for now, but I would probably want to change that database adapter to use something like Postgres, which is supported by Heroku. Yeah, I think someone's DDoSing my server. Oh, you know, well, let's see. Let's try logging. Let's try signing up. There we go. That worked for some reason. But for some reason, the GitHub OAuth didn't work. Okay, so that works. So you may not be able to log in with GitHub. Let's see what's going on there. Let's try it in an incognito tab. Look at the network. Actually, let's just copy this address, preserve the logs. Let's go. Oh, well, that's working. Weird. Hey, more people joined. Okay, I'm gonna try signing out and signing in with GitHub. Yeah, for some reason, GitHub OAuth isn't working. I'll have to debug that later. Let's see. Actually, let's just clear all of the site data. Go back here. Quick stretch. Okay, there's no token. Log in with GitHub? There we go. Huh, but I was logged out of GitHub. Did somebody hack my GitHub account? Let me hide my screen. Why am I logged out of GitHub? Oh man, I'm logged out of GitHub. Hopefully I was not compromised. Okay, my password works. That's good. I'm gonna need to change my password. Let's try again. This is super weird. I think it's like logging me out of GitHub when I click the button. Maybe there's something wrong with GitHub right now. Regardless, let's just log in and let's chat with each other. I guess you can't. I don't know if login with GitHub is working for anyone else. Let's see. Oh, did someone try to sign up with my email? Because I actually didn't set up the login thing to work. Look at all the people. That's awesome. Hello world. Hello YouTube. Testing the text limit. Yes, and it should cut it off. Testing cross-site scripting. Awesome. Ed made it to the end of the stream. Did GitHub work for anyone? I got logged out. MMOJib is saying I was on incognito mode. I wasn't for that. So like this window is the one that I'm logged into. Somebody guessed my password. or yes, CJ, we're using your email. So did you guess my password on here, or did you sign up with that user? Because it could have been when it restarted. I don't know. Weird. Regardless, we're on the internet. Cool. So that's it for today's stream. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining, everyone. That's awesome. Yeah, GitHub didn't work. I'll have to debug that to make sure that I get it working. It's just an issue with it being deployed. There might be a config that I'm missing somewhere. Oh, Katoli took my email. What? It shouldn't allow multiple users to connect. I think I can actually attach a shell. Let's see. And then we can look at that database file. Let's do Heroku run bash. Does that work? I don't know. Stop it. Oh, you know what? I think that's going to spin up a new thing, which will actually have a separate database. So that's really the issue. Yeah, there's no database here. That's the issue with using KneeDB in production. If you're using something like Heroku, that whole database is going to get wiped away every time you deploy, or every time your app goes to sleep and comes back up. Cool. So for a future video, I can show how to use Postgres instead of something like KneeDB. Okay, thanks everyone. This has been one of the longest streams in a very long time, but we fixed some typos. We got used to all of the stuff. Oh, we actually didn't get to writing tests. I won't do that today because I've been streaming for way too long. But tomorrow I'm going to stream again. We're going to do it all over again, but in more of a tutorial style. And later on, I'm going to come back and edit down the videos. Thanks everyone for all of your questions. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, this was super fun. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Until next time, here's this.